put myself on push to talk. Okay, I am on push to talk. Cool. Hello, hello?
Yep.
All right. Well, we'll give everybody a little bit to get in here, and then we'll start the music. And there's not too much to go over before we'll do a little bit of a recap, just make sure everyone's on the same page. And then it's boss time. It's boss time.
Yeah. Why spend recapping when you're about to kill us all?
Yeah. It's important to understand understand your mistakes leading up to this point.
Yes. Just let you know, if I mute myself, it's because I'm most likely coughing my guts up because I'm still recovering from a cold.
Okay, well, I mean, you sound not horrible, at least. I hope you're well on the road to recovery.
Oh, I am. I was worse yesterday, but today I feel a little bit better.
Okay. We've got a couple people missing, but we're not in any rush by any means, especially because we may have to end a little earlier than normal today, because unfortunately, since I was super sick yesterday, I didn't have time to prepare as much additional material. That being said, there will be some stuff for y'all to do after the boss fight. It's not going to just be boss fight then over. There's lots to do after that. But I need to actually double check a couple things.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta make sure the doctor's okay.
Like I said, she dies, I get first dibs on the meat.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not going to cause any, like, massive issues or anything.
Hey, it's a fresh body. It's meat. The ogres gotta eat.
Nothing like when the Morites show up and they're like, "Where's the body?" And it's like, "Oh, we gave it. we fed him to the ogre. It's just a corpse, right?"
Tastes like chicken.
Okay, we are going to make this a handout.
Be funny at me.
All right, I'm going to be rambling at chat for a minute, so if you don't hear me talking, don't be alarmed.
Don't worry.
All right, so there is one kind of last thing we have to do. We have to create a bit of a weird handout because I want them to see a character. Also, chat, look how organized I've been getting over the last week. I haven't been doing nothing. I've actually been very busy. So they're going to see a character. Where did I put him? No, he's not. Oh, God. Under art? Ah, there he is. Mysterious man. Excellent. Okay, and that he will appear very briefly after they leave. But like, look how good this is turning out. Look how good I've been doing. I've got all this art. I actually need to clear some of this out, but I've got all this art. But look at this. I've got all my maps organized. I've got some additional battle maps for if they get into random encounters. We've got a bunch of maps here. And then I've got monsters that they're guaranteed to encounter throughout the story. Which, funny fact, there's like a literal fucking, look at this thing. There's a fucking Carnosaur in the Empire, which is hilarious. It's not a very big Carnosaur, but that, like, they call it the carnivorous snapper because they're like, oh, what could it be? But that's a fucking Carnosaur. We've also got, here's all the NPCs, tokens. And then under here's all the different characters they'll encounter throughout the adventure. And then here's like random regular creatures. So I have been busy. Here's all like the notes they're going to be able to find. You got your calendar. We got world maps that are relevant to what's going on right now. We've got symbols that are going to come up throughout the story. We got templates for all the different rules and stuff. I have been working my ass off, despite the fact that my stomach tried to kill me yesterday. All right. That being said, unless you literally know what all of those are and where they're going to show up, you will have no idea what any of them are for. Real quick, let's welcome everyone to the stream. Hello to EpicMan117, Vigario Pro, Shockwave22, Calcifer303, Kiddu369, Siegfried KKP, Mops, Fagoth, Underling69, Bishop of Cheddar, JakeWoo6410, and DeGreentide. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How long will the campaign continue? Probably a very long time. It's a 5-part campaign series, and each of the main parts is about... Each of the main parts averages around... let me see. Averages around like 150 to 200 pages. And there's also numerous side adventures. among the main adventures. Like this, they haven't even started the main quest yet. This is literally just a side event. This is the icebreaker side quest. This is not, they have not even started the main quest yet. King Billy the Third and Rat 119, good to see you guys. I have impressive storytelling skills. I don't know if I agree with that, but I appreciate the nice words. Okay, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, looks like everybody's here. Let's do roll call real quick. Ben, are you here?
Yep.
Okay. Hurls?
Yep.
Anticity?
Yep.
Ogre?
Yes.
And Hawk.
Yep.
Great, everybody's here. Cool. So, I have muted chat. Only other thing I need to do, I need to tell Nightbot to put that message, that way people aren't trying to talk to me and then getting upset that I'm not responding. How's everyone? How are y'all doing?
Very good.
Alive and breathing despite Nurgle's taint.
Dude, I've been suffering similar things. I felt so bad yesterday.
Likewise.
All right. So does anyone have any questions or concerns before we get started? Also, make sure you have spent your XP before we start. Because once we start, you're not allowed to spend it.
All set.
Check.
I have one thing that I have realized from this this fighting encounter just begin with, because these rats are all undead, correct?
Yes, they are all undead rats.
Shouldn't we be taking fear tests for cool?
Okay, so real quick, you may need to, before we get any further. Let me just double check real quick. Let's see, undead. So let me check. Hold on. Let me check one thing real quick. I'm double checking, but I don't believe the undead rats cause fear.
I would imagine they should do for us to try and approach them.
Oh no, you're right. They do have fear 1.
Yes.
Okay.
So
That being said,
one success.
the main reason it had not come up yet is because you're the only one who's actually seen them. Nobody else can see them yet.
This is true. I was double checking for when I saw. I was thinking because after we did that session, my brain was there thinking, shouldn't I have taken a fear test? But I've not approached them yet, which is the one good thing.
Yeah. So the next time, when we actually get started, everyone's gonna be taking fear tests pretty quick here in a second.
Yes.
And then the rats are gonna start doing interesting rat things. All right. I'm gonna grab a bottle of water real quick, just to give anyone who hasn't spent experience time to do that, and then we'll be all set.
Sounds good.
Nice. Okay, guys, so I'm guessing right now, the vampire. Are there kid vampires? Is that a thing?
It
If
could
it's a
be.
child, Rorit's gonna eat them regardless. The skull will be mine, Slims. Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that. For that to be it. No way, it's just some rando, right?
Rarit, I would encourage you to think very carefully before you eat things. But I'm gonna, it's up to you and your party what you're gonna do. But
Yes.
I won't say anything yet. But we'll talk about it once y'all hopefully win this fight.
Yeah.
All right. Any last second stuff?
I'm just thinking. Just so we know for if we do find where this vampire is, would the vampire not ignore size rolls? Because
The vampire will be treated as normal. The only thing that it's ignoring size rules are the rats.
yeah, I thought it was weird because I spoke with one of my other GMs because I was wondering about it, and they said they shouldn't be ignoring the size rules for damaging rule wise if I hit them in melee.
Yeah, it's only so I triple quadruple checked, and swarms just they ignore everything in regards to size.
Okay, but the damaging stuff's the one they will not ignore, right? Hit them with melee.
Yes, because that affects your rules, not your rules towards them. I don't know if that you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I can still do my normal damaging rules for melee. It's just they don't have to take any.
Yes, I will. I'm fine with you. Just because in the sake, I think it makes sense. As far as because I'm actually gonna edit what it is a little bit. You can still use an advantage to stomp for free if you have advantage.
Oh, that reminds me. Can I gain advantage even though I don't have a tens digit in my initiative?
Yes, because we're not. I think that's an optional rule, and we're not using that.
Okay, fantastic. Would have I had one from casting a spell onto the rat from the last session?
Yes, you should have one advantage right now.
I will quickly put that in. That was my one of a big concern because I only have 8 initiative.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check, but I think that's an optional rule. But I prefer the base advantage rules because, as far as I'm concerned, like if you continue to just keep gaining control over the battle, like I don't really care how much advantage you get. Like you'll just end it quicker. That's the way it should work. I know some GMs don't like that, and as we're playing through the campaign, if there comes a point where like y'all don't like it, or we kind of come to a decision that, oh, this isn't working for us, we'll change it. But for right now, we're using rules as written. So there is no maximum amount of advantage right now.
Okay, it was just my one big concern about advantages because I know it goes off with how many you have in the tens.
Yeah, no, because if we did that, most monsters would not make any sense whatsoever.
Yes.
All right.
Would not complain.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so you know, it'll work against y'all too. I mean, if y'all fight someone who's just rolling way great, you may end up having to run away from a fight instead of winning the fight, which is a very viable strategy in this game, and I encourage y'all to remember that, because if y'all decide to just go in and fight to the doom, eventually you will probably die.
Tell that to my dwarf warrior priest in my other one. Tell it to him. He won't fucking run.
Well, I know. Okay, I don't want to. So the only thing I'll say is I also had that philosophy on my witch hunter until we had an incident where a greater demon showed up, and then I literally rolled. I think I rolled a cool check for myself. Like I was like, oh gee, I'm gonna roll this real quick, and if I fail, then he's gonna be like, no, I'm fighting, and if he passes, he's gonna be like, the smart thing to do is to run away. He ended up passing, so I was like, all right, let's get out of here. Well, let's regroup. Tactical retreat. Okay, so we're ready to start. I'm gonna go ahead and kick on the music. Actually, let's do the recap, then we'll kick on the music. All right, so last time on Dragon last time y'all were still stuck in the Spittlefeld Tenement Building. You moved around you had just discovered the doctor, my brain, Dr. Alexandra Giuliani. Y'all discovered her. She's very sick, so she has the mysterious disease that's running around Spittlefeld. And she mentioned to you that the secret was in her diary. And after some running around, you met both of the dwarves upstairs who seem to have a bit of a suspicious career because they have lots of they seem to have a lot of curious items. It's not exactly clear what it is they do for a living, but it's probably not on the up and up, so to speak. You also met Aluharoth Wavecrest, who is a very interesting elf that lives on the top floor. He seems to be kind of one of those individuals who something has happened to him in the past, and he just sort of is wasting away up there. Lots of fancy food and drinks and such, but everything he has is kind of like falling apart and ruined and stuff. He doesn't seem to be taking care of it or himself. And then after running around, you discovered that one of the orphans, by the name of my brain, Trinity, yes, Trinity, a 2.5-year-old little boy, had actually stolen the doctor's diary, and was hiding within the walls. But eventually, y'all managed to discover him, even though you weren't able to really do anything with that information. Though you did find the younger dwarf brother had been seemingly attacked. And that being said, he did not seem to acquire the sickness like everyone else did. He just kind of seemed tired, perhaps due to good dwarven constitution or sheer dumb luck. But in any event, with everything, with helping the older dwarf brother find his younger brother, you managed to secure medicine from them, and you took it to Anika, who runs the orphanage on the 3rd and 4th floor, and giving that to her so she could treat some of her children who have come down sick, though not with the plague that's been ravaging this part of the city. She called out Trinity, and Trinity showed up, and you were able to reacquire the diary and learn that there was something spooky going on. And then upstairs, you talked with Aluharath because he can read Chilean, and he told you that apparently the doctor had discovered that the cause of the plague was not Nurgle's blessings nor mundane, but was in fact a vampire. And that led you down into the basement, where you wandered around a little bit, and y'all actually found your way to the vampire's lair pretty quickly, although a couple of you did get impaled by some rusty nails for your trouble in wandering around. But you made it through the maze, I will say, almost disappointingly quick, and now you have arrived in the lair. But perhaps due to the loud noise that caused a bunch of nails to fall off shelves and rattle on the ground, very close to the lair, I might add, it seems that your presence was noticed as you came into the lair. So no surprise for y'all. And although Raret's the only one to see it so far, swarms of undead rats with their fur hanging off them in clumps and bones showing and ligaments barely functioning have come swarming from different parts of this cramped part of the maze, and they seem to be working at something's behest. But where is the vampire? And with that, let us begin. Music's not too loud?
Oh, music's fine.
It's fine.
That reminds me, I'm going to turn y'all up a smidge. That way the recording can hear you. All right, so everything is currently in initiative order. So I believe we did a single round of initiative. So it is now the second round of this combat. Dorothandril, you saw a brief. Where are you able to see up to? Give me a ping. Okay, so although you're not sure what it was he was engaging with, you did hear Raret say something in a language that you don't understand. And once he said it, Raret, how does your dart manifest? What is it that you shoot out?
It kind of looks like when he shoots it out, like a tooth of the Great Maw when he shoots it, like a great big tooth, like a magical manifestation.
That just crushes into him?
Yeah.
All right, so you're the only one who saw it, but between your second sight and being close enough and having acute sense sight, you actually saw the ogre hurl out a bizarre amberish white manifestation of a tooth that slammed into something, but you do hear plenty of squeaking coming from up ahead.
Dorothandril will be torn between the company of the giant ogre fighting something and the 3 people with the torch.
I will note that since there is a torch down here, you have very good vision. As long as there's not like that torch is giving enough vision into this dark space, you don't have to worry about like tripping over something or something sneaking up on you very easily.
Okay.
Because you have low light vision.
Dorothandril will move closer to Raret and look around for the vampire, because there's one somewhere. And I can see rats.
All right, so let's go ahead and take care of the fear shenanigans, which I'm going to. I was just on the right page. It's been so long since I've been through all this. Nope, that's diseases. We don't need that. Ah, here we go. Okay, so the rats have a fear rating of 1. That means, so for Mr. Raret and Mr. Elf, since y'all can see them, why don't you both go ahead and roll me a cool check? So it's an extended cool check, but because they're only fear 1, you only have to get a success level of 1. You just gotta pass.
Okay.
And this is
Fingers crossed.
challenging.
Yes, it is a challenging cool test.
Yeah, just a flat cool test.
Because you see that these are not simply rats, these are undead horrors. Alright, so Dorothandril, you feel fear striking at your heart. Do you want to re-roll, or do you want to keep that?
I will keep that.
Okay, Rarit, you don't care. You could not care less. Your food has apparently gotten a life of its own. Maybe they're related to those rats you pulled out earlier.
If this is about the triplet rats I pulled out, I'm not sorry. I'm gonna gut you all, even if you got no blood.
I'm going to fix this really quick. This is going to bother. Why is your name showing up as Emog? Whatever, it's fine. Astaroth, you're up.
Okay. Where me and Fen have the same initiative.
So which of you has higher base initiative?
I have 34.
And when I say base, I mean like your current initiative.
I'm still 34.
What's yours, Astaroth?
Trying to find it. Would it be under main or would it be under advances?
It'll be on your main tab. It's the final number under I.
$34.
Okay, so wait, you're 34. What was yours intensity?
Mine was also 34.
Oh, both of you roll me a d10.
Okay.
And also make sure you change your name in the chat
Oh.
where it says as. Okay, so actually, Fend is up first.
Question: can I take an action?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. All you did was move. Go ahead.
I'm assuming I can't try to gather myself with my action to overcome my fear.
I am. I'm okay with that. You've moved next to a big burly ogre. You can attempt to use his presence to fortify yourself.
Alright, Dorothandril will scream slightly at the sight of these horrendous undead rat things. And we'll look at the ogre who can do magic and assume this is a good thing. And no comfort is found.
You can't quite decide if perhaps maybe the ogre accidentally conjured them with his bizarre barbaric form of magic. Then you're up.
All right. So the room that I'm in, can I see like the back wall?
Whatever you can see, you can see.
Oh,
As long as it's like lit up.
let's see here. I'll do. Do I hear what's going on in the back? Do I hear the magic?
So, in the direction of where the elf went, you hear the elf scream, and you hear the sounds of a concerning amount of high-pitched squeak noises.
I will move 2 tiles then into the darkness towards the screen.
Okay.
Can I wait for my teammates to catch up to me before I keep going?
So you can save an action if you would like, which you can use to move again or to swing. So basically, you can hold a delayed action and you can use it before your next turn.
Okay. I'll just yell out. Oi, elf! Everything okay?
No, nothing's okay.
So do you only want to move 2, or do you want to move your full move and go up 1 more?
Sure. I'll go up 1
Okay.
more. And I currently see just Dorothandril, and that's it.
All right. Would you like to hold an action then?
Yeah, I will hold an action if my teammates run past me, I will follow them.
Okay. And the only other thing is that when you say you're going to hold an action, you have to kind of declare what it is your character's preparing to do. So in this case, you can say that, and that's fine.
Okay.
All right, Astaroth, you're up.
I'm going to move with Fend and just kind of run up behind him, staying with the light. I'm going to come up right up next to him.
Okay, do you want to move any further, or do you just want to move there?
I will move. Can I move around in front of Fend to here, or does that exceed my movement limit?
No, you can move fine. So you can move up to 4 spaces as your move action, but then if you want, you could take another action to move again. And if you wanted to sprint, you could use your, you could add your athletics to go even further.
Okay, I'm not going to sprint, but I'll move so I was here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just stay right here, kind of putting myself between Fend and whatever is up ahead, because I still can't see anything.
Okay, and remind me what weapon you have?
I have my short sword out in one hand and my sling in the other. And we confirmed last round that the sling was able to be one-handed for.
Yes, sir. All right. And what would you like to do with your remaining action?
I'm going to just take a defensive stance because I still can't see anything.
Okay, defensive stance is reasonable. Sigmund, you're up.
Oops, sorry. I'm going to fall after the dwarf because he's got the only source of light, and just prepare a parry action in case anything comes to attack me.
Okay, so you're gonna take a defensive stance using parry.
Yep.
And Astaroth, when you take a defensive stance, you want to do your defensive stance with your parry skill or with your dodge skill?
Harry, please.
Okay. All right, the rats. The rats do something peculiar. While you might expect them to start running towards you, instead, the rats, which they're kind of these mounds of bodies crawling over each other. Some of them are missing legs, others are missing tails. Many of them have exposed spines or rib cages. The vast majority of them have their skulls sticking out, but there's a few that still have an eyeball loosely hanging out as they're moving around and chittering. And all of a sudden, their movement seems to increase rapidly, but they're almost moving in like a vortex pattern, moving in and around each other. And you see a lot of them start to bite at one another, and they almost seem to be working themselves up into some kind of frenzy. So we're gonna see if they do frenzy.
And none of us can see that aside from Thandril and Red, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I am concerned.
You should be. All right. Let's see. So, it's gonna go top to bottom. So the first rat. There's a very low chance they succeeded this, but they're going to try. Ha! No. So none of they attempt to, but being creatures of undeath with no hot blood flowing through their veins, they're just not quite able to get what would be needed to really, or whatever's commanding them perhaps, is not able to control them well enough to get them going into a proper frenzy. But with that, they then will start to move towards the lot of you. This one's gonna go 1. All right, now, Northandril, you are afraid of them. So you're going to need to pass me a challenging cool check, or else you will gain a broken condition as these swarms of undead rodents come flowing towards you. You want to keep that or re-roll it?
I'll use a resolve to ignore psychology conditions until the end of the next round.
That sounds very smart. Okay, so ignore the roll then. All right. And lucky for you, Rarit, they pull up just short of you, so you actually do have the opportunity to do something before you're about to be covered in rats.
It's time to swing the cleaver, boys.
I will target the first one I will above me here.
So you want to target the top one or the one that you've already damaged?
The top one, please.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to use my cleaver. I have an advantage, so I have plus 10 to my melee roll when I swing my cleaver. So cleaver. Would it be challenging or would it be harder for me because I am bigger than them?
I don't believe being larger makes things more difficult for you to hit people.
Okay. So that I get plus 10 because of my advantage.
You will get. Oh wait, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was about to say you could have said. Okay, so that.
And I will say, since I am giving the swarm I am giving you your size bonuses against the swarm as far as stomping and swinging is concerned, they are going to get their bonus to dodge you.
Okay. To state, if I hit them, I deal impact damage as well. So I don't know what the rules of impacting will do, because I'm large.
We're only gonna do the no impact. You're gonna get the damaging, but no impact.
Okay. Okay. No SL bonus. Why has that not done that? That has not come up. That's weird. Roll 20. Stop being a twat. I know you don't like me ever. Just stop it.
Work with me, you stupid thing. Please.
Oh, that didn't work the way it was supposed to.
Is it me or is it roll 20 being weird?
Yeah, here, let me do it this way, and I bet it'll work.
That's twice!
Okay, hold on. Let me go over your character sheet real quick.
Yeah.
Make sure it's working.
Twice.
So you clicked on cleaver, you did challenging, you've given yourself a success level, so you don't need to do that. Oh,
Yeah. Have you noticed that?
it's just kind of. I have a funny feeling there's going to be a. Try rolling something else, like roll like a dodge check or something.
Sure. I'll just try that to see if it works, but that makes.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just curious if it's your cleaver that's having the problem, or if it's all of your rolls.
There's just like 6 rolls in the queue.
Okay, so it's just the cleaver.
It's my fucking weapon game.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look at it again to make sure. Okay, it's basic. It's got all the stuff set up. Close that. What the fudge? Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not sending through. Go ahead and just roll a. You'll just have to do it manually. Roll a melee basic.
Okay. Where the hell would that be? I bet that's in advances. Wait. Where the hell is melee basics? They're like, where the fuck is that on my tab?
Under basic skills.
It's gonna be under basics
Okay.
on the left.
Click the cog if you don't have any advances in it.
I know I have advances in it. It's just not showing up in basic skills at all.
It is there. So scroll down to where it's melee and ride. It's above navigation.
I see it. That. Okay. Challenging. Right, submit. Target is plus 10 because I have an advance.
You don't need to. It'll automatically do that. So, well, actually, since you're not rolling from the combat tab, yeah, go ahead and add it.
That. What was that?
Would you like to re-roll?
I am, because fuck you, roll 20. First it's all about you don't get to heal in combat. Now, you don't get to do melee, you big bastard. How dare you? I've never been insulted in all my days.
At 10. Okay, that I will keep because I just barely miss.
Okay. Let me see if they dodge.
Oh yeah, they can dodge, then they will take a lot.
Ooh, yeah, no, they are. The rat swarm seems to not even notice or care about your impending swing.
Okay, as a large creature, they are size small, correct?
Yes, but remember the only size rule you have right now is your damaging effect.
Exactly, this is why. So, as they are size small, and they have failed 4 more times worse than me, so I would have normally 8.
Wait, what's the difference? Which one is impact and which one is damaging?
It's hard for me to understand. It was in the size rules that I am, but I also deal something called Death Blow if I kill them.
Yeah, well, death blow will be in effect anyway.
So impact is just adding the units digit to the damage. Damaging is you can replace your SL with the units digit in the roll.
Okay, hold on. Let me double check. Fear, terror. Post strength. Okay, so your weapon gains damaging quality and impact for 2 steps or more higher. Oh, I see. You know what? I think for the sake of ease, we're gonna do rules as written right now, and I'm gonna come back and look at this later. But the more I'm looking at it, the more I think that they may know what they're on about. So you're not gonna get any of the size bonus. Just treat it normal.
But still my damaging stuff, right?
So no, you don't get any bonuses to your damage, but I will allow you to still stomp on them.
I can't stomp now because I don't have fortune anymore. I've spent my fortune point.
That's no. Stomping costs advantage, not fortune.
Oh, that's right.
First, let's calculate your damage. So, okay, so you had -1, and they would have actually had a -6, not a -5, because they're not going to get the bonus for you being large. So there's a difference of 5, and then you're going to add your strength bonus to that plus your weapon damage.
My strength bonus is 4.
Okay, so so it's a difference of 5, so that's gonna kick up to 9, and then you get 4 damage for the cleaver.
Oh, my cleaver does 8 damage.
It does 8 damage. Okay, so okay, so 8 plus 9 is 17 damage. All right, so you bring your cleaver overhead, and it slams down into the midst of the rat, and there's an explosion of bones and flesh bits and fur, and the swarm seems to like kind of scatter almost in every direction before it slowly but surely starts to reform back into itself.
Okay. Okay.
Now you may stomp as a free action, but it costs you 1 advantage. But you would have gained 1 advantage for beating them in that swing.
Yeah. I think I'll stick at 1 advantage, and I'll just stomp that one to get rid of them.
Okay, so for stomp, you're going to roll a you're just going to roll a melee basic attack. And I guess, would it be melee brawling or melee basic?
It's melee brawling.
Okay, so if you don't have melee brawling, roll just a weapon skill check.
Okay.
And it's challenging, but you do get your +10 for the advantage you still have.
Okay. Challenging. Submit. +10.
Okay, and
20.
they're going to attempt to dodge. They don't get any bonuses. Okay, so you bring your foot slamming down, but the rats seemed ready for it this time, or perhaps the intelligence behind them, and they scatter a perfect shape around your foot before you're able to step back, and they reform once more. So you still have a move action.
I am not moving. I'm staying right where I am.
All right, Dorthandrel. It is the end of the round, so Dorthandrel, you may re-roll your cool test for fear.
All right, I can do that under the resolve.
Yeah, go ahead. You can either do it now or you can do it when your turn comes up. It's up to you. Oh wait, it is your turn. Okay, you have gathered your courage after seeing the ogre smack a swarm and about 3/4 of it just turned into dust. You're no longer quite as scared as these rats. Perhaps they won't be that big of an issue with the ogre by your side.
All right, then, not to be a coward, Dorthen will move up to stab at some of the rats that look like they've been dispersed the most.
Okay.
Combat, dagger.
I need to make a secret initiative roll
Aw.
real quick. So the weapon rolls aren't working, are they?
No.
They are not. I'm wondering. No, because you select basic there.
Yeah, to me, it's looking like the weapons are broke for some reason. I wonder if there was an update.
I just did a test. One of my hand.
Oh, no, yours works.
It worked. Yeah. If I could save that. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see. Yeah, it works.
Finn's works. His even... Okay. Also, Astaroth, change your hand weapon to say sword in parentheses if that's what you're wielding.
Yes. Okay.
Can I keep that, please?
No. So the elf and the elf and ogre, try one more time now that we see theirs is working. Daysith, thanks so much for the 15 months, by the way. Really appreciate it. Bishop of Cheddar, thank you for the 19 months. Really appreciate you guys. Good old Roll20 being Roll20. Also, I don't know when it's going to happen, but there is a very high likelihood we will move to Foundry. It might not be anytime super soon. It depends on how long it takes me to learn it, because I don't want to move until I feel very confident in it. But, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there.
I'll just say this: when we do move to Foundry, it's going to be so much easier.
Yeah. So anticipate that in the very near future. Probably before next session.
Nothing happening.
Okay, so y'all, unfortunately, ogre and elf, you'll just have to roll it as whatever your weapon type is, I'm afraid.
That's fine.
Ooh, very nice roll. Okay, so the rats are going to try and dodge. And they fail miserably. And as you bring your... What do you wield?
I have a dagger.
Okay, so as you bring your dagger stabbing down and you slash across the rats, you manage to bisect quite a few of them, and you can't help but notice that the rest of the swarm just seems to kind of run and scatter off as they all slowly collapse and fall inert. Make sure you gain one advantage. Oh, thinned. Okay, I need to do a roll real quick. I need thinned, Astaroth, and Sigmund to all roll me a perception check. For thinned, it is challenging. For the two humans, it is -10.
Difficult. Got it.
Oh, I just rolled a good roll on that weapon test, so I'm gonna roll shit roll on this one. Ah, maybe not. Okay.
Very nice, Astaroth.
Hey.
Okay, so Astaroth, I have to add someone to the initiative tracker, and you're going to be the only person that notices them.
Well, by the way, Sotek, with because I have night vision, am I only supposed to be able to see up to here?
No, you should be able to, wait, where?
Only see up to here.
No, you should have much better vision than that. Hold on a second. Let me move the torch out of the way. Let me double check your lighting. Oh shoot, you don't have low light vision. That's the problem. Or you don't have, what the fudge? Hold on, I have to check. Let me check what I did on the elf, and then I'll just, let's see, night vision, 40 feet. Whoop, I'm sorry, you're supposed to have night vision, and you don't.
Oh, I can see now.
Can you see now?
I can see.
Okay, great. So, before you move, someone has been stalking the three of you since you made a bit of a noise. So, everyone except for Astaroth is very suddenly surprised when a new contender enters the battlefield. And I don't know why that name shows up as it does. I don't know what I'm doing wrong on these character names that they're showing up as like bizarre nonsense instead of what they're supposed to be. Because I've triple checked their character sheets, but that is not their actual name. In any event, Astaroth, as the three of you are moving towards the engagement with the ogre and the elf, you just by chance happen to look up and to the side, and you see a pair of eyes that have just glaring very slightly off the light coming from the dwarf's lantern, and you realize that something is about to jump right at you.
You are, you little shite! Boys, to the left!
And
All right, so
do anything, or is it still not?
oh no, she's going first.
Okay.
She is much faster than y'all. All right, a figure suddenly comes slamming into the ground who was crawling on the ceiling, I might add. And she lands right next to Thind and Astaroth. And with a wordless growl, she swings a sword directly at you, Thind.
Oh.
Now,
What am I?
where she's
how I-
next to me as well, and I had a defensive stance with parry, can I...
Between you being in parry stance and the fact that you saw her before she jumped off, before she dropped from the ceiling, that is going to provide a notable bonus to Thind. I was just going to give him a surprised condition, which was going to make him have a really bad time. But between you shouting out warning and being ready to try and help him, Thind, you may either try a dodge or a parry check. Now, a dodge uses your dodge skill. A parry check uses your melee basic, or any melee. It could be any melee skill.
Alright. Where do I find the parry?
It's not going to be called parry unless maybe it's in your combat track listed as parry, but I don't think so. Let me take a... So if you go to combat... No. So you would swing your dagger, essentially. Or the better way to do it is go to main and scroll down on the bottom left. You'll see melee basic under the melee tab above navigation, and you'll do that.
Okay.
And since you were able to get a brief forewarning before she swings at you, you will not have a surprise condition. Instead, and you're also going to gain a plus, or she's actually going to take a minus to hit you, which will represent Astaroth swinging at her to try and protect you, or help parry aside her attack. Ooh, she rolled really, really well.
Got this. You got this then.
Challenging?
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
Would you like to re-roll or keep that?
I feel like I would. So the worse I roll on this, the more damage I'm taking?
Yeah, so the way combat works is the bigger difference between the amount of success levels the winner has and the amount and whatever the loser rolled is included in the damage. So like she would be getting 9 damage plus all of her actual strength if you kept the roll as it was.
Oh yeah.
So I would highly... Ooh, okay. So that is actually a lot better. So you're going to take a pretty nasty hit, but you do have things that'll mitigate it. So as this creature that you're not quite able to get... You more hear her rather than see her. But you see a sword come down at you. You swing up your dagger to parry, but unfortunately you're just not quite fast enough, and she's going to rake her sword across your body. And you're going to take... 7 plus 9, you're going to take 16 damage to your body, but when you look at your combat tab, if you have any armor, you will reduce it if it's on your body, and you will also take from the damage your toughness bonus. So on your main tab under toughness, or the T, whatever the number is at the bottom, it'll be the tens place. So yours will probably be 4 or 5.
Okay, so I have 5, so I take 11 points of damage.
Yes, so you'll reduce it to 11. So you'll go to the combat tab to where your wounds are, and you will subtract 11 wounds from whatever your max is.
Done and done.
All right, and she gains a point of advantage. All right, that is her turn. Fend, it is your turn, but since the three of you can now very obviously see the terrifying creature in your wake, and although she looks like a young woman, her whole face and the rag clothing she's wearing is just covered in blood. And where she should have human-like eyes, you see a pair of yellow cat-like eyes, and she's got all of these rings and gore just smeared over her face and hands. And although she's holding a dagger, the way she's holding it almost seems like it's kind of more of an afterthought. And you wouldn't have been surprised if she would have raked at you with claws instead of her sword if it hadn't been for the fact she just happens to be holding on to it. And the growl emitting from her can be described as only inhuman. I need all three of you to take a cool check because there is a fearful enemy in your midst.
Would it be challenging, difficult?
It will be challenging. But she has fear 2, so you need at least 2 success levels not to be afraid of her. The dwarf Fend could not care less. He's seen scarier things from the people that just make messes at his job. He's not scared of no vampire. Astaroth, if you keep it as it is, you are quite afraid of her. It's not going to prevent you from participating, but it could make things more complicated, and you'll take debuffs when you try to attack her. So you could try spend a fortune point to attempt to re-roll it, or you could just keep it and hope to re-roll later.
I have a couple fortune points, so I will spend one.
Okay, so go ahead and take another cool test. And you don't have to. Ooh, yeah, no, she's pretty terrifying. Seeing her crawling across the ceiling and then dropping down and almost bisecting the dwarf, you're pretty shaken. Sigmund.
Oh, I've only ever
had
heard of these from Sylvania. Only the stories.
Sorry, Sigmund, what'd you say?
I had a marginal failure.
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, so yeah, so you're both afraid of her. Fend, it is your turn. A very rude creature just dropped off the ceiling and nearly cut you in half. How do you feel about that? What shall you do?
I will grit my teeth, raise my dagger. Okay, faster than I thought you'd be. And I'd go ahead and give her an attack. Stabby with the dagger.
Okay.
What is that? Dagger basic?
Dagger, you can either, since your sheet works, go to the combat tab and scroll down to your dagger and left click on it.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Right.
All right, good roll. Let's see if she manages to avoid it. She is going to attempt to parry your blow aside as she sees it coming. Actually, oh no. Actually, she'll try to dodge. Wow, she's very good at dodging. All right. Well, she's going to try and dodge it. We'll see if she'll have to roll pretty badly. Oh my gosh. Okay, so even with her insane dodge and wow. Okay, even with her insane dodge and her advantage, she attempts to weave out of the way, but you've got a measure of her speed now. Dwarves may not be fast, but you have other ways to compensate. And you manage to turn your dagger just enough that you slice it right across her chest, returning the favor. So, because you actually won by a single success level, you deal 1 damage plus the 5 damage located at the bottom, because it's your strength bonus plus the dagger's bonus. So, you're going to deal 6 damage to her.
Nice.
And you hear her let out a as she is very irritated by the wound she just took.
She would also lose her advantage that she had just gained.
Yes, and you will gain a point of advantage, Mr. Dwarf.
Oh What does that do?
So on the combat tab, you'll see the advantage, and you can do plus minus. But advantage means you get plus 10% to all of your combat-related checks for the rest of the fight, because it represents you gaining an advantage as you're fighting your opponent back.
One.
Oh, actually, you would have done a little bit more damage than that, because you would have gotten plus 20 since you have a surround bonus on her. So she actually is going to take, she's going to take 6, 7, 8 damage.
2v1 rules, they are wonderful and also terrifying to go against.
Astaroth, it is your turn. The dwarf has managed to slice at the vampire a bit. However, that's not going to change the fact that you are afraid of this woman.
I'm going to attempt to, even though I am completely shaken by seeing the vampire, I'm going to attempt to attack with my sword.
Okay.
Complement Ben's attack, but as I'm seeing this vampire and just remembering all the stories that my dad told as a kid, and never actually knowing if they were real or not, just completely, stricken with fear that I'm not seeing it in real life.
All right. So what you're going to do, since y'all have her surrounded, you're going to gain a plus 20 to hit, but when it asks you for any, the next tab will ask you for additional modifiers, you're going to enter a minus 10 because you're afraid of her.
Okay. So for difficulty, it would be the difficult minus 10?
No, it's going to be average because the dwarf is supporting you.
Okay.
Since y'all have her surrounded.
Target bonus 0, SL bonus 0.
Target bonus would have been minus 10, so you're going to have one less than what you just rolled. That's a really good roll.
Okay.
Let's see if she manages to dodge. Oh, wow. She is not doing very well at all. Okay, so you would have had a plus 3 instead of a... you would have had a plus 3 instead of the other. So she's going to take... it's a difference of 4, and then a 7 is going to be... Yeah, she's looking really, really bad. She's looking like you bring your sword absolutely slashing down across her body. And once again, she tries to weave around it, but she's just a smidge too slow, perhaps blinded by the light that's shining on her from the dwarf, something she hasn't really seen down here in a long time. And you do actually manage to land a telling blow, and she has like black congealed gore pouring from the 2 wounds in her chest.
I start laughing. Even you can clearly tell it's not like a real laughter, like very nervous, scared laughter. Just, haha, Sal is with me. I hope.
All right, Sigmund, it is your turn.
All right. Can I use Resolve to quell that fear?
You can, yes.
Okay.
So for those of you that are maybe new to this system, Resolve is a different system from Fortune Points, and it basically allows you to ignore a condition for 1 round of combat, is a way it can be spent. So if you're like, I don't want to be afraid, because Sigmund in this case, I'm assuming, wants to approach the vampire so he can swing at her, then, he definitely wants to make sure that he's not afraid.
Yeah. I'm going to swing around and also swing my sword at her.
Okay. You're going to get a plus... is it plus 20 still, or does it go up to plus 40?
It go up to plus 40.
Okay, yep, so you got a plus 40 to try and hit her, because the 3 of you are ganging up on her.
So it's...
Oh, wait. You failed the test to see her coming, right?
Yeah.
So Bend is an exception because of Astaroth being right next to him, but you do have a surprise condition in relation to the vampire.
Okay.
So if you want to go after her, you can spin the Resolve to get rid of the surprise, but you will need to still pass the cool check to approach her, or you can go help with the rats.
So I can only spend 1 Resolve around.
You can spend 2 if you want.
Okay.
They're difficult to get back, but if you want to, And I will say she is looking really bad, but you may also be hell bent on getting rid of her right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a vampire right there.
Now, if you want, you can roll for the cool check. Might pass it.
And if I fail, can I still spend the result?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
It's a pretty valuable resource, so
Yeah.
I don't mind.
So I'm just going to spend the result.
Okay, so you spend 2 resolve points, but you do manage to gain up on the vampire. Go ahead and swing, and you have the plus 40.
Yep.
Okay. So she is going to attempt to dodge aside, but traditionally she has not been very good at it. No, she's a terrible dodger.
Oh my.
So, after Astaroth's big swing with the gore pouring out of her, she stumbles back, and as she does, her constitution almost seems to fail, and some of her entrails come roping down, and she slips on the blood and some of her organs, and as she stumbles, you bring your blade swinging down. Go ahead and describe what happens.
As I bring it swinging down, her head parts from her shoulders, and I just make eye contact with Astaroth across the way and just nod like, yeah, we just did that.
And I make eye contact and just, you see like the shaking smile on my face of just pure fear, and I'm trying to maintain my cool through it, but just like, yeah, we did.
All right. As her head is separated from her shoulders and slams into the ground before rolling just a yard away, her eyes focus on you, Sigmund. And as they start to fade, the only thing you have ever heard her say other than a growl is she just breathily says, "Theater." And then her eyes go dark. And with her death, let me check one little thing real quick. All right, with her death, the rats begin to fall apart, but they're going to have one final assault before her animus finally leaves them. And Ogre and Elf, you're about to have a bit of a party.
Bring it on.
Bring it on.
So they move into your space because they are a swarm. And both of you are automatically going to... Oh, wait, no, not automatically yet. You actually do have a chance to get rid of them. Let's see. So they're going to... Oh, wait, it's if you're engaged. Okay, so Rarit and Elf, at the end of last round, you actually both will have taken 1 wound because you're engaged with them. As you're just being clawed and bitten at.
That would only happen if they roll an attack roll on me. I would have taken a wound, but have not yet.
It will happen automatically for swarms. They don't. Oh wait, to engage. Yeah, you're right. Actually, for both of you, that's right, because neither of you have engaged these rats. So good point. Okay, so they're going to move under you, Ogre, and this one's going to move under you, Elf, and then they're both going to swing at you. So we're going to start with the top swarm that swing at the Elf. They do get a small bonus to hit because they're a swarm. Yeah, and that's already there.
I am gonna re-roll that.
Okay. Woo! You almost stumble yourself on the floor, especially with the sounds of violence behind you, causing a bit of a distraction. But luckily, you're able to regain your footing and step aside as the swarm almost comes up like the wave of the sea itself and tries to crash down on you, but you do manage to successfully avoid them. It's now the ogre's turn.
It's time. Okay. I'm only gonna do weapons skill because my dodge is terrible. Challenging. I do have a...
Remember to use your melee basic.
Yep.
All right. The rats attempt to swarm across you as well, but you swing out your cleaver and are going to bash them aside, and they're not able to get any kind of purchase on you.
Get off me. You'll have your turn to go my cop later.
Rarit, it is your turn as the rats, you can see them just swiftly and surely collapsing and falling apart.
If I'm correct, that top one on Astaroth, that's the one I shot at with Dart, correct?
That's correct, but both of them look like they only have a few seconds left.
But I'm gonna swing at the one that tried to jump on me with my cleaver.
Okay.
Question, would we've got an advantage for successfully beating those two?
Yes, whenever you win a check, it doesn't matter if you're swinging or opposing, you always gain a point of advantage.
Yeah, but we can't earn more than one per round.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm just remembering that rules because it's still something. So, where's my cleaver, my trusty cleaver? It's time. So, challenging, but now because of that, it is 20.
Well, I should say you could only earn one during your round. But like, if an opponent tried to stab you during his turn and you parried or dodged it, and then you hit him during your turn, you would get 2 advantage at the end of that.
Right.
All right. Okay, so I'm not even going to bother rolling to dodge because they're going to die anyway. So your cleaver comes down, and as the rats are twitching and falling apart and just being shredded by forces other than y'all, your cleaver slams into them, and they are completely scattered in a tuft of dust, fur, and small bones. And at the end of the round, the vermin continue to collapse and fall apart, and suddenly, very suddenly, as if whatever was animating them has been ended, everything goes quiet.
Rarit's still gonna bash the other ones a bit to powder and gather the bones back and going,
I'm not taking any bloody chances. Get flattened. Duh. Duh. Is it over back there, Slims? You all alright?
I think so.
Seems over enough.
Boy, I think so. By
Oh,
the
God.
gods.
Then you got
Is that the
Ours was
bloody...
bleeding.
very-
What'd you
I'll,
say?
Is that the bloodsucker on the floor there?
Yes. We should save the head, but
Head's mine, I
you-
get dibs.
we need the head to
We'll
bring to
prove
the
it.
guard. Yeah, but you
Exactly.
can take the body. You can
No,
take
no,
the
no,
body
I
if you
want the
need.
head nut. I need a fancy skull collar, I do. But let me take the head. We'll first show it to him before I clean it. Is that fair?
Is that fair to everyone else?
Oh, is that fair for you lot, Slims?
assuming the guard doesn't take it.
He takes it. I'll tell him hands off. I saw it first.
I don't think once they know the big man wants it that they'd be willing to take it.
It's mine. Also, I'm going to take some of these extra bones for some later ingredients that I might need.
Or you can
How
make
are
some
you-
good broth with those bones.
No. You don't use bones for broth unless it's legs. Leg bones are okay.
We'll keep out the creepy music just because this place is naturally creepy. All right. The vampire has been slain. Y'all said you want to take her head. Who is going to take possession of the bloody mess of a vampire's head?
Me.
Okay. Ogre, you're able to reach down and pluck up the head of the young female vampire y'all managed to slay.
Looks at it a little bit and it goes,
Ooh, fangs on this Slim. Well, that's a good set of gnashes, that is.
it'll just kind of
while
put
we're
it-
doing his work, can I examine the room to the north?
Yeah, y'all can move around freely. We're out of initiative order. All right.
Don't leave me behind the door.
Pretty much what I'll say is, as y'all are looking around the various rooms, you're going to find pretty noticeable amounts of evidence of the vampire having stayed here, but things seem very odd. Like, there doesn't seem to be much of like any kind of organization or stuff like that. Occasionally you'll find like little piles of candles, though none of them are lit. You find a couple of mirrors that have been smashed, though in this room in the top right, you do find what seemed to have been the space she stayed in, as you see like kind of a small bed on the floor. No, one more room over. That is you see a pile of sheets on the ground that have been kind of stacked into a would-be bed, just full of soiled and bloody sheets, perhaps stolen from some of her victims. In one corner of the room, you do find some cooking utensils, but they're all covered in grime and broke up. And that being said, what's very odd about them is the way they're set around a little kind of broken table. It almost looks like, for those of you who have been in more kind of middle to upper class environments, the table is set properly. And there's only one unshattered mirror that you find. It actually is polished, that seems to have been kept in her room. It's got a crack running through it, but it's polished. It's very small. But that seems to be all that you really find looking around.
Dorthendril looks at this layout. There's a complete set of full dining cutlery.
It's super gross, but yes.
I take my mop and kind of rub off one of them to see just how bad the damage is.
They have various like marks and kinks in them, but maybe with some love and care, they could be properly restored.
Dorothan will look around at this very lovely abode.
Any pots in here, Slims?
Not that I see.
No.
You do not see any pots. Perhaps if you search around the maze, you might find some things. There was a lot of garbage in the maze, but the maze does offer its own dangers.
True. Revit will look first to Thend and go,
Have you found that Slim you were looking for yet? He could be down here.
Not yet. I've been. Doesn't even seem like he came in the building.
He might have done, lad. What if she killed him and ate him?
I very much hope not.
You have not found any full corpses, or really even like bits of people. It's mostly just gore and blood.
Let's have a look around, you and me. Let's have a look around for any bodies. Because she
Oh,
must have left
dear.
some. She's not like an ogre. Ogres, we eat everything.
I'll leave I'll leave the lantern just on the ground here so that you guys can
Everyone's gonna sit
just
around
don't have
and
to worry as much. Feel free to carry that around. Me and Rarrett can see just fine here.
I guess
After
I'll
everyone
grab it.
leaves, Dorothandril sneakily takes the cutlery. He doesn't want people to know he actually grabbed this filth.
Okay.
Let's have to clean it later.
Yeah, add to your inventory grime covered and minor damage cutlery.
just to state,
Alright.
I've also added 3 sets of broken bones to my inventory because I've taken them from the rats.
Make sure that it says rat bones to indicate that
I will.
these are very small. But yes.
Anything in the?
Were you going for full bodies, just curious, or just like a random assortment?
What, for the bones?
Yes, for the bones.
I went for some from her and some from the
Okay, we'll come back to the vampire in a second. So you got some rat bones.
Yes.
All right, dwarf looking around with the ogre. It's a little unnerving, especially with the dried gore on him. You can't help but wonder if maybe this is what his home looked like at a time. But in any event, you don't seem to locate any evidence of another individual or human either living down here or even being torn apart down here. It seems that it seems very unlikely that she ever brought anyone down to this lair, but more than likely would go off on horrible massacres and then come back and was just covered in so much gore and blood that it just sort of started to collect in this room, which kind of makes you shudder to think about how many people she must have attacked.
You know those people we saw earlier, Rarrett? The ones that gave you the food?
Yes, they were quite nice, those slims.
Seems like they were trying to send us here to be fed upon. I think we might need to go back and say hello
I
to them.
doubt that. We've not searched all of down here. What if she brought the bodies to one side of the maze, ate them, and then came back here drenched in blood?
Why would she? You think this vampire is very particular about how she eats, and I sort of just gesture around the blood everywhere.
She
Most of the
reminds
body's
me-
probably in the walls.
She reminds me of gorgers. They are freaky.
I've never heard of those.
Think of me, skinnier, and I can climb through walls.
That is pretty scary.
Yeah.
So just ogre vampires then.
No. Just ogres, but skinny, I can climb through walls that are very, very tight.
That's quite horrible. I'm not going to lie.
I've heard of one butcher who has a bunch following him around.
As long as he doesn't have your pot, I think we'll be okay.
I
Mama.
told you it was goblins, not a bloodsucker. Let's look around the rest of the this dungeony area. We might find your buddy yet. Though, bearing in mind, most likely dead.
All right. So do any of y'all want to do anything else before you leave this room? Now, I want to say that I have Rarrett, now is the time where if you're wanting to do something with the vampire's body, you would bring that up.
I will. So, Rarrett is, and apology from my background, Rarrett is going to go over to the body and open up a ribcage and start pulling just some of the ribcage bones out, going do 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 do.
All right, so all of you witness as the ogre tramps over to the vampire's headless body with a little bit of her organs hanging out from the stomach cut she received from Astaroth, and he proceeds to plunge his pudgy fingers into the slit and begins to pull it apart, ripping it up to her chest cage in an explosion of dried black gore, and begins picking out rib cages, or the rib bones.
Good
Can I make
riddance, you foul
Cool
witch.
shit to not throw up.
Yeah, roll a cool check. Go ahead and make it whatever you feel would be appropriate.
Yeah, I duck around the corner, empty my stomach.
That's fair.
Oh, thank you more for the gifts you give us for this flesh. Even though she's a rotten sardine bitch, I'll take her bones to rest.
Oi, Sigmund, I know it's a foul sight, but think of all the horrible things this vampire's done. If anything, she deserves what's happening.
Yeah, but I didn't have to see her do it.
Rarrett, if I may ask, what do you plan to do with her bones?
Looks at all of you, but then looks at Astaroth again and goes,
Butcher's secret.
That really does. If anything, you feel that it's a very disconcerting answer.
It's kind of shyly smile and say, I can't argue with that logic.
All right, so that being said, a number of you, we're going to introduce a new mechanic now, where all of you essentially have been exposed to the horrible corrupting influence of this undead creature's body. So everyone is going to need to roll me a test in order to avoid minor exposure to corruption. So, because you have encountered a corrupting influence, I will say this. In her case, it is more due to the physical nature of what y'all have been dealing with, especially since you're in her lair, which is full of all sorts of nasty stuff. So I'm going to need each of you to roll me a challenging cool test as your spirit attempts to resist the corruption you have just paid witness to.
If it's resisting corrupting influences, it's either cool tests or endurance.
Yes, so it's going to be cool in this case.
Well, it's either we would normally choose.
It's GM's choice.
Okay. Actually, if this is corrupting, would I be immune for chaos corruption?
No, because this is necromantic corruption.
Gotcha.
That just to make it, it says if you encounter a corrupting influence, attempt a challenging endurance or challenging cool, as determined by the GM. Usually, physical influences are resisted with endurance, and spiritual corruption is resisted with cool. All right, so Sigmund, Dorothandrel, and Thind, your souls are completely unbothered, and you will walk away from this fight maybe with some slight nightmares. Oh, Rarit!
Oh my god.
Rarit, you shoved your hands deep into this living locus of necromantic energy. Gain 1 corruption point.
Fuck.
And what?
I'm still waiting on Astaroth.
Also, that's our third 100 today. That's fourth? Oh my god.
You know, next session, we will crush it.
Remember, Roll20 hates me, period, no matter what I play.
Hey, y'all should talk nice to Roll20 rolls. That vampire failed those dodges miserably.
I'll never talk nice to Roll20 because it's a bastard. You remember my heal soulbound?
Yes, you do have a history. Astaroth, you got your roll good? You here? Hello? Did we lose somebody? Pearl?
He might. I'm not sure. He says he's still here.
Hurls, you here?
I was having a weird mic problem. I'm back.
Oh, okay, cool. When you get a chance, roll me a challenging cool test.
Okay.
All right, does anyone else want to do anything else with the vampire's corpse that has now been desecrated? All right, Astaroth, do you want to re-roll that? So if you fail this, you'll gain what's called a corruption point. In and of itself, it's not the end of the world. It actually doesn't really mean anything until you gain a certain number of them, determined by your, I believe it's your willpower and your, toughness? And if you gain too many, you will start to have to roll checks. And if you fail those checks, you will gain a physical or mental mutation as the corrupting influences you have encountered over the course of your adventure begin to take hold. So if you want, you could just gain a corruption point. This is pretty early, so it's not a huge deal. Or if you have a fortune point, this might not be a bad time to try and use it and avoid that.
Maybe mic problems.
Yeah, mic problems, it sounds like again.
Feel free to type in Roll20 chat if you're not able to speak. That works fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Was it challenging?
Yes, it will stay challenging. Oh. Dang, but you've already spent a lot of fortune points today, haven't you?
I spent 2.
How many do you have left?
I have 1.
That's not enough to pass. It's so close. If you had 2 more left, you could pass it. So please gain 1 corruption point as the experience that you have faced wears on your soul.
I will pick up the weaponry that she had.
Okay, she has all she had was a single sword that was covered. It's covered in gore from God knows who, but definitely some from the dwarf. And it's pretty grubby and gross, but other than that, it's fully functioning.
Mm-hmm.
I would advise cleaning it at some point.
Yeah.
Are you the superstitious type at all?
It's more to present more evidence than anything. Maybe someone recognizes who this is, who she was.
Don't know, don't care. She's dead now.
I will say, although her chest and the front half of her body is an absolute ruin, you can roll. Normally, I won't do this, but I'll do this now because I still consider this a tutorial mission. If you want to try and explore like her clothing or her belongings or her pockets and stuff, you can roll me a very easy perception test as you look through her stuff if you want to try and figure out who she is.
I would.
We don't forget to loot the body.
Very easy.
Yes, despite the ogre's efforts. You have no idea.
Wow.
Everybody.
All you're able to suss out is that this was a very young woman, though she's also a vampire, so who's to say whether she's always been this young or like is she always looked like this or is she a recent vampire? Impossible to say from what you can tell, but she looked like, from what little you're able to suss out about her, she's wearing servant's clothes, though there are a lot of like additional rags she had wrapped around herself. So she seemed to belong to somebody, not in like a slavery sense, but that and she worked for a house somewhere. But she was young, in her 20s, probably was pretty poor or close to it. Other than that, nothing. There's nothing there. Perhaps there would have been more details if you had gotten to her before the ogre did.
Yeah.
When Rorit's finished pulling the bones out, he's then going to start stomping on the corpse.
Okay, you completely and utterly destroy the corpse and also add a set of vampire ribs to your inventory.
Woohoo!
They will have an encumbrance of 1.
No problem.
All right, so y'all head back into the maze. However, you actually did manage to successfully navigate the maze, at least to the entrance. So if you wish, you may simply go back to the entrance and leave, except for Rarit, who's going to have to do a roll because he's big. But if no one else wants to further explore the maze in the hopes of finding things that may have been lost down here, you may simply move your character token up to the first floor.
We should stay down here with me, Stunty. We need to have a look through. Trust me. Call it Ogre's Instinct. I think your buddy is down here.
Yeah, I
Sure hope he isn't.
not so much about his friend, but I do believe searching.
We should make a thorough search.
How many months did you want to spend down here? Dorthander will look at the sheer cacophony of this detritus pile.
It is a damn mess, and it's huge, I will remind you.
We certainly have time.
Aye, get it done quickly, and if there's none here, you could go back and most likely get gutted by those other slims.
Yeah. Also, while we're down here, the other 3 of you, why did you come here again? Were you sent here earlier?
I'm not on a meeting, we all agreed we were all going to.
Sorry, a bit hard to hear.
Stand by. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it is being very finicky, but we can hear you now.
I was saying, I came here to hunt the Manticore, and I believe upon first meeting you all, and we sat down and had a discussion that we were all going to hunt the Manticore together.
Oh, but this building in particular, are the people around this area just sending people here for no reason?
I was advised to come here for a good night's sleep and a safe place to stay, as I'm new to the area and didn't have much money to my name, and nowhere to really stay, so this was the cheapest place to stay.
Both of those things ended up not being true.
Not cheap, not safe.
Oh, it was cheap, but it was also pretty much the only place open, at least to y'all's knowledge.
Wonder if the streets have wandering vampires.
Nah, they won't do, Super Slim.
I'll start exploring while they're talking.
Okay, so is there anyone not going to explore?
I will be exploring as well.
Okay, I only want to hear the knots.
Yeah. I am first going to make a path to the entrance with my mop, so that when we tell them there's a vampire, they can follow the path directly to where the den is, if more evidence is needed.
Bold of you to assume they're willing to do that, but sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all are all going to search through the maze?
Yeah, since the group stays.
Okay. So, is anyone... So, because y'all have the luxury of there not being a vampire down here with you, making things worse, is there anyone that is looking for anything in particular?
Tom.
Any insignia or anything that to mark the crate being from Nuln?
Ah, okay, I see what you're looking for. All right. Okay, so are y'all going to split up to cover more ground, or are you going to be traveling together as a group?
Could do a group now since we don't have to, split up anymore.
This place is massive, so if your goal is just to look around a little bit, staying together is probably fine, but if your goal is to actually, look everywhere, you're going to want to split up.
Shift to catch today.
Y'all think we can split up?
It's I'm okay
If you don't
splitting up.
find him tonight, you can look one more time tomorrow before we present the head.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is pretty late in the evening. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and let you all roll once. If you are traveling together as a group, then you get a single roll as a group.
Orathander will go with Sigmund, because he did say he'd help.
Okay. So the elf and Sigmund are going together. Astaroth, who are you going with? It sounds like the dwarf and the ogre are also going together. If you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Yes, remember your mic.
I keep having to unplug it and plug it back in. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep, we can.
I was saying that I was going to stay with Thend and Rarrett.
Okay. So, team elf and Sigmund, y'all's job is a lot easier, so you could just roll me a very hard track test, but only one of you gets to roll it. And then if you are in Team Ogre, one of you will get to roll a very hard track test. And there's going to be an additional fun penalty because you have a big ogre with you.
All right, Hawk, I have 57 in track.
I have
Actually, wait, no. You're not trying to find the vampire's lair, so no, you don't need to do that, actually. What you're going to do instead... Hold on, sorry, let me double check this. Let's see. Okay, sorry. Both of you... let's see. Adding... actually, okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll the track test.
I have navigation if that works.
Not in this instance. Unless your goal is to get out. If your goal is to search for goodies, then navigation will not help you.
All right. Very hard track.
Correct. Okay, so -2. And Team Ogre, y'all are going... Whoever's going to roll for y'all, roll a track test, and it's gonna be very hard. But then I also want you to add a -10 on the bonus due to the ogre's size and him bumping into things.
Because otherwise we can't roll, period.
Yeah, I have a 39 to track, so I can roll.
Go on then.
Okay, so for you it's gonna be very hard, and it's not a big deal with the failures. It just helps me determine where you are in the sheet, because you'll end up in different rooms. Okay, and that's actually going to be a -6 because you have an ogre. Okay, now I need both of you, Dorthandrel and Astaroth, roll me a just D100.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with Dorthandrel. Dorthandrel, you got a 61 and then 2 failures. That's going to bump you up to an 81. Oh, fun. As you and Sigmund are walking along, you come across some floorboards that are particularly soaked through with old sewage and have rotted down to almost nothing. However, in the spot that you happen to be walking, they have decomposed to exactly nothing. Dorthandrel, please, since you're kind of leading this little party, roll me a challenging dodge test as you attempt to not fall into the open sewer. Oh, that looks unfortunate. I don't suppose you have a fortune point.
Nope, I only got one of them things.
All right, so as you are walking through the dark, the floorboard collapses beneath you and you fall into the festering mud beneath the foundations of the Spittlefeld building.
This was a terrible, 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 terrible idea.
Take 1 wound
Oh no.
as you thud into the ground full of rotten planks and God knows what. And then I need you to roll me a challenging, or no, average, is it average? Endurance test. Should have quit while y'all were ahead. Okay, let me just make sure. That was average. Pretty sure you're fine. That being said, you are now covered in festering mud, and you smell disgusting until you take some sort of profound bath, or get your clothes cleaned. You're going to have a -30 check on all fellowship tests for 2 weeks.
Whoa.
As you are covered in gross.
You'll be right.
Dorthandrel climbs out, sits on the floorboards, and deeply reconsiders his life.
Little did you realize that apparently the vampire was not the threat.
Boy, now, friend, don't be upset. We'll get you clean soon enough.
Okay, yeah, you're fine.
Nothing that can clean this.
Good news is you didn't get a disease. Now let's check the other crew who rolled a much more interesting roll. So y'all are gonna get a functionally a 96. Oh god, this again. All right, so as you're going along, the ogre's bulk, he's not able to quite squeeze between a pair of shelves, and as his bulk slams into them, Astaroth and Thind, you hear a very unfortunate but very familiar sound from above.
Oh no.
Every character in the group will need to make me a challenging perception test to avoid being impaled by nails.
Challenging perception.
Whew. Astaroth, not only do you manage to avoid them, but as you're dodging around, you see something a little shiny catch your attention on one of the shelves, and as you approach, you see it is a single silver shilling.
Looks like
What
all
luck?
of this after all today.
Raret! Iron nails rain from the sky along with other metallic bits, and they impale your flesh, but frankly, your flesh is tough, and they really don't hurt that much. Take a single wound. Also, roll me a... let's see. Gosh darn it, I left that page.
Ow, ow, ow.
They were easy if I remember correctly last time.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. We'll go ahead and roll an endurance check, and I'll just modify it. It is very easy actually.
Oh, easy.
So like, just don't roll a 100. You're fine.
Say that.
The beauties of endurance and having high ass health of it as an ogre. Very easy. You said very easy, correct?
Very easy. Yes, plus 60.
So about
Like-
that 100 number. I can't roll over 100.
If you rolled a 100, I'd make an exception. In any event, okay. You all have survived what the maze has thrown at you this time. Have you learned your lessons, or do you continue to sleep? I'll give you one more round if you'd like to search for treasure and glory.
Come on, I'm sure your friend's down here, Stunty. Let's get him.
You might as well finish looking around. I
Oi.
look over at Astaroth.
I think we should stop, but if you want to keep going, by all means, I'll join you.
You's a good un, Rough Slim. You's a good un.
Appreciate that very much.
Sigmund and Dorothandrel, how are you two feeling?
Dorothendrel gives Sigmund the look that all the equipment on this caravan is not worth this indignity. And you're going to need to be very convincing for Dorothendrel to keep going through this basement.
He stinks pretty bad, Sigmund.
Yeah, he's just gonna nod and like, let's get out of here.
All right, the two of you will not need to roll. You can go ahead and exit to the first floor with no problem.
Sigmund, could you find some kind of water that is not dirty?
I can promise you already, Dorothandrel, and you know this deep down, there is nothing in this building that will save you.
You
That
could probably
doesn't
go
mean he
bathe
won't
in a
cry.
beer barrel.
Maybe there's some water down here. Maybe that's the answer.
Go roll in the gore. That'll clean you up.
All right, I need another track test, very hard track test from Team 2 with a minus 10 on the... So when it'll ask you for the difficulty, you're going to set very hard, and then on the second tab that comes up, type in minus 10.
Target bonus or SL?
Both.
Minus 10 to both.
Oh, wait, no. Target bonus.
Okay. SL is 0.
Interesting.
You have that fortune point.
You rolled a 7. Oh, you needed a -1. Okay, so that wouldn't have been possible. If you use your last fortune point, that will be a success.
I don't know if that's worth it.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
No combat. I don't see any harm, but it's up to you still.
I'll use it.
Okay. Roll
Yeah,
me.
go for the day.
Roll me a d6. A 3. All right. Astaroth, you continue moving through the maze with the dwarf and ogre, carried on by that glorious single silver shilling that you found. And you do manage to keep looking back and making sure the ogre isn't making too big of a mess. But eventually you manage to find a particular box. And this one seems a little different than the others. It's covered in muck, but something about it just gains your attention. When you pull open the box and look down into it, you find the following. You find a hand mirror, a comb, and 2 healing draughts.
Oh, okay. Hi, mates, look at this.
Oh,
Ooh.
Just got a couple of healing draughts.
sitting here.
I'm sure Jothandra will appreciate the mirror and comb.
Why'd you need that?
Oh, given his current state of affairs and
I will note,
how elves tend to be.
hand mirrors are very rare. They're quite expensive to make.
Well, just sell them. Sell them. We don't need them.
I don't have any use for this hand mirror either.
Maybe you can ask your party members. You can always sell it later. All right. Do you want to keep everything, Astaroth, or do you want to pass it out? Or do you want to deal with that later?
I'll deal with it later. I'll keep everything for now.
Okay, then please add those items to your character sheet.
Have there
Here,
been-
I think
so
it's a good idea to leave.
Yeah, have there been any signs of like blood on the floor as we've been moving around? Or is
It would be
all this
very...
solid-
With the help of your lantern, you have occasionally come across smears of blood in peculiar places. Sometimes you've seen it on the ceiling, sometimes you've seen it on the various boxes, occasionally you've seen it on the floor, but all of it looks dried and old.
Doesn't look like there's been a body down here in who knows how long, Barrett.
Again, like I said, we can do one more check tomorrow before we leave.
Yeah, it is getting quite late. You don't have to, but you should probably go upstairs.
I'm
Let's
okay
go
with being
see.
in the morning though.
In the morning we check. Let's go and sleep right now.
All right. You're able to navigate your way to the exit without any severe issues. And as you arrive up on the first floor, there are. We're gonna start with Dorthantril and Sigmund first because they come up a few minutes before you. As the two of you come up, there is a waiting audience of most people from the across the building. Even the two dwarves have actually come downstairs and are standing among the stairs where there's pretty much every family is crowded into either the flop house or upon the stairs, almost as if word may or may not have gotten around a little bit. But as the two of you emerge and they see the elf covered in muck, initially there is a chorus of shrieks before someone calls out, it's just the elf. He's just, ugh. And everyone kind of starts to pinch at their noses and frown in disgust. And quite a few children are caught between giggles and retches, and people immediately begin to clear out. By the time the rest of you arrive upstairs, there is no waiting party. The two dwarves are kind of hanging around on the staircase, but everyone else, pretty much except for Gino and a few desperate folk, have cleared out to give the elf as much space as possible. And the three of you also discovered that the elf seems to be covered in a mysterious black, brownish substance, and he reeks.
I'm gonna sniff him and go, "Ooh, you almost smell good enough for a broth."
Dorthander will pause from trying to scrape the muck off him with his dagger. Glare at Garrett for a brief moment before reconsidering his life choices. And turn to Thend, who seems the cleanest of this lot. Do you own soap?
Do I? Does my estate have any soap in it?
There are some like public baths or like places that could be used for that you know of that would suffice.
I don't know if it's good enough for you, but there's some places to wash up where I usually stay. What? I won't ask about it. You two. I look at the two dwarves. Finally came out after we went down. Do they
They kind of frown at you in particular. Though they seem highly in a good mood, likely due to someone, who could it be, suffering. And Shrilk will nod and say, Aye, we just came to seize how you lot were faring. Rumor had drifted up, y'all descended down into the maze.
Oh, well, I got good news for you, Sir Avastantes. Also, hello, Avastantes. And he pulls out the vampire head. Look what I got.
Aye, we slay the beasts. We did.
They'll both, at first, when you pull out the head, they look disgusted. But upon hearing beast, their eyes kind of narrow, and Shrim will say, so it was real then?
Aye,
Yeah.
the rumors were true. The doctor was right.
And you killed it. And
I ripped even bones from her.
Gino looks over from his desk and he sees the head you're holding, and he kind of narrows his eyes at it and says, They didn't pay me 5 pence.
They didn't. Thief, cheating bastard, this one. I dealt with her, Gina, with the slims here. Don't worry, mate.
It's normally against the rules to kill the guests, but she didn't pay.
Also, she's been eating guests, I'm pretty sure.
Well, then that's different.
I'll then put the head back into like one of my big pouches, just so I'm not constantly holding it out.
Right, now,
mean-
let's get some sleep, Slims, then. Oh, you might want to clean up. Super Slim, or I might consider eating you.
By the way, real quick, Ben, how much health do you have left? What's your current wounds at?
Hey, I'm at 7, I think.
Okay, so I will know that you do have a pretty serious slice across your body. Nothing critical, by any means of the imagination. You're a tough dwarf, but it's a pretty solid battle scar that'll take a little bit to heal up.
How do I patch that up?
Either by sleeping and resting or finding a healer. Unfortunately, none of your parties are healers.
Yet, and also the only healer we know of is also still ill.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just sleep it off.
Yeah. Astaroth. Sigmund, you two are the most diplomatic of this group. Do you want to at least notify the guards so when we wake up we can get out of here?
Aye, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I can take care of that.
I'll head into the room and try and not bleed out.
You're not actively bleeding. You're okay.
Okay, great.
Otherwise, you would
Alright.
have had the bleed condition.
But you don't, luckily.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So are you going to what's your plan, Mr. Humans?
I guess we'll just wait off until morning to let everyone outside know.
Okay. So the two
That sounds
dwarfs.
fair.
Dorathandra will interject, why wait? There's that cordon sanit whatever. There's bound to be people watching all night. It's not like they're stopping
You
watch
need to
till morning.
sleep, Super Slim.
I
Yeah.
need to be clean.
They'll be more receptive in the morning. The night
You smell
shift isn't
nicely, to
going
be honest,
want to
with
talk
that
to
smell on
us.
you.
Odds are, if we do leave now, we'd end up encountering more trouble walking from here to wherever the nearest bath is. Wouldn't be a good idea.
So just suffer for the night. Besides, I think you smell a bit better.
That is not comforting.
It should be. I know ogres that smell worse than that.
How'd you know? Could we maybe put Dorthandril up in one of the empty rooms?
That's supposed to cost more, but he does stink.
Give you another meal tomorrow on me, Gino, for him.
Oh, all right. And he'll kind of shuffle around and say, "You can go stay on the 3rd floor. There's some empty wings. Just careful where you sleep. Sometimes there's bugs."
Oh, delightful. Where's water gathered in this place?
Might want to ask your elf friend upstairs, Dolphandril. He, maintains some level of cleanliness, I assume. Perhaps he
Dorathandra
knows.
Snorts. Cleanliness.
You want to ask Gino about where water is?
This is a general statement to anyone here, which means basically to the party and the two dwarves.
Yeah, the dwarves seem tight-lipped.
The only place with water I know was whatever pools of blood I cause. That and the river outside when I saw coming up here.
Dorathandra will stomp up the stairs, muttering about godforsaken mountains.
The dwarfs will make space for you, and you can hear them delightfully giggling as dwarfs can as you pass them.
Dorathandra will say out loud, "I wonder if there's an empty room across from yours I should be staying at."
you hear the younger brother. You hear Schleck go, "Don't even think about it. We have a blunderbuss."
Oh, now
With that though, they do chase you upstairs.
Yeah. We should probably check on her.
Yeah, who knows? Whether the vampire's gone, maybe she'll get better. Maybe she's already dead.
Won't happen instantly. Give it a few hours, Slims. Let's sleep.
Are you gonna? Oh, you're gonna go check on. Are you gonna check on her now, or do you want to do it later?
And I look at Sigmund and say, "What do you want to do, my friend? Will you check on her now or wait till morn?"
Now, keep an eye on her through the night.
I agree.
All right. You head into the room with Dr. Giuliani, and she is still prone on her little bed with her bag beneath her, and she doesn't look too good. Her breathing it's so labored and soft that she doesn't even have the ability to wheeze. She's breathing so she's having so much difficulty, and her neck is still very swollen, and you can see she's still also in the grips of quite a nasty fever.
Oh, doesn't look like she's improved at all.
You can tell it looks like someone has brought her water. There is a little bit of water next to her bed that likely someone was trying to get her to drink. Whether or not they had success, who knows? But there's no one in there now.
Doesn't look like she'll make it to the morning.
She will. Just sleep on it. Give it time. Things don't happen instantly when you fix a problem.
I guess that's all we can do.
We could talk to the guards. This is a Shellian cordon. Maybe the
Do
Shellians
that
can
in
help.
the morning, Slims, or you're gonna get exhausted.
Thingman, what do you think?
Couldn't hurt to at least go ask.
Do it in the morning. People be sleeping, lad. Look how late it is.
If we could save the doctor's life, it's worth it. I'd rather be tired and sacrifice my own well-being to make sure if I can save someone's life. So let's be on with it.
You do that then. I'm gonna go sleep.
All right. The two of you approach the front door that's been boarded up, but there is enough room for you to kind of like stick an arm through and a head if need be.
I will stick my head through the fucking door.
Okay.
And I'll shout from behind him, "Oi, God, come to the door!"
All right. You do see kind of a little bit of commotion. There are a couple of guards who sort of look at you. They've got torches all set about so that the area around the tenement building is well lit to make sure no one can sneak past them. And they're all kind of standing behind the white ribbons that were set up by the Shallians. And there are a couple of frowns, and one man spits in your general direction in response.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of ignore that kind gesture and say, "Look, it's not a plague. We've solved the problem. Come to the door and we can show you."
It's a vampire.
Okay, so at the mention of vampire, a few of them like chuckle for a second, but most of them kind of like narrow their eyes in your direction, and one soldier shouts back, "You got proof?"
Aye, we got proof. We fucking killed it. Come here, I'll show you what's said.
There doesn't seem to be any volunteers at the moment, but after one of the men who seems more in charge than the others kind of turns and walks away, and a few minutes later, another man with a glorious mustache and considerably better well armored than his fellows comes stomping towards the lot of you. There he is. Sigmund, you see a familiar face.
Yeah.
As none other than Sergeant Wolfgard Holman. He walks up to the white ribbon, and he reaches up a hand and kind of twirls his mustache and says, "It's quite late, gentlemen."
Indeed. And we wouldn't be bothering you if we didn't have urgent need. We've solved the issue here. It was a vampire. We took its head. But the doctor is very ill.
Aye, we have one person in here that is very, very ill. And since it's not a plague, as you so claimed, perhaps one of the Shallians outside can tend to her wounds and save her life before it's too late.
He will duck under the white ribbon, and he approaches within about 10 yards. And he says, "Show me."
Go get the head from there, please.
Just hear Ertz going, "Oh, Moore's got a great good gob."
Unless
Big
Rarik's
Bad,
holding
throw
it
me
like
the
a
head.
teddy bear, it's pretty easy to get the head from his person.
He's holding the bag a bit like a teddy bear.
Okay, you'll either need to wake him up or pull it out of his arm.
I'll just wake him up and shout, "Hey, big man,
Oh, what is it, Slim? I'm trying to sleep.
give me the head. You go back to sleep. Just give me the head."
Oh, you wanted to show it to them? Fine, I'll show it to them.
And I slowly get up a bit annoyed and I go, "Argh."
Are
You wanna
out
keep
there?
sleeping?
No, I'll show it. What Slims are out there then?
The guy with the big mustache.
Oh, that is a fancy one.
And I'll just hold the decapitated head up going,
There it is.
All right, he sees a meaty, bloody arm burst through one of the wood planks, holding this head, and he does kind of approach, and he narrows his eyes a little bit, and he does get a little closer, and he takes his halberd and sort of lifts at her mouth, and then he actually nods, and he steps back and says, "How am I supposed to know this vampire is actually the source of the plague?"
Well, considering it's a vampire inside an enclosed space full of hundreds of people, what do you think? There are just vampires lurking about in every building.
Young man, in my days in the Mindenheim Watch, I've dealt with my fair share of evils. And I can assure you that vampires tend not to be disease spreaders. Pretty rare. Seems like a bit of a coincidence, and a fortunate one for you lot to get out of that building. I need proof.
Proof's in the lady doctor's notes, as the other Slim said.
What notes?
The doctor had a diary. She didn't think it was a plague either.
Give it to me.
And me,
It's
it's right
Lion.
out.
Be warned, it isn't Chilean.
All right. He tells you to toss it on the ground so he doesn't have to touch you. One of you has it, right?
I think Darthandrel has it.
no, I'm pretty sure we want... don't know if we
Astaroth should have it after the. No, it was Sigmund who went with me with the.
Yes.
Okay, so Sigmund's got it.
Have it.
Yeah, I'll pull it out of my jacket and toss it.
All right. He'll reach down and pick it up, and he thumbs through it a little bit before he nods and says, "I'll go find someone who can read it. If what you say is true, we'll remove the cordon first thing before first light."
Okey-dokey, fancy Slim. Nice mustache, by the way.
Can we send in a healer at least for the doctor that's in here? She's might not make it to first light.
Until I can be sure, no one in or out. Even if I wanted to. And with that, he turns on his heel and walks away.
Eric pulls the head back and goes,
Right, now do as I said, Slims, and sleep.
All we can do at this point, just pray that the doctor has the fortitude to hang on until morn.
She will do. She's got ogre company. More will provide for her.
Dorothandrel, as you arrive on the third floor of the building, you do pass by the second floor, or sorry, what would be the third floor, and your scent and the dwarves grumbling as they do finally manage to get ahead of you and head up to secure the fifth floor does catch some attention from a number of young teens and giggling children in the orphanage, one of whom shoots up the ladder to relay the news of the thing that's approaching. And as you arrive up, you find Anika leaning in the doorway to the stairwell. And as she sees you come up, she kind of smirks a little bit. She says, "Seems you've had a hard evening, Mr. Elf."
There were worse things than vampires in that basement.
Her eyes will narrow, and she quickly looks behind her to make sure none of the children are close, which thankfully none of them are, before she turns and she walks towards you and she says, "Vampire?"
He will not. Some young human living down there. Odd, but definitely a vampire. Blood black and everything. The teeth.
That must have been what Trinity saw. She nods and she says, between the medicine and now this, I don't know if there's a way I can repay you and your friends.
Water and soap would do kindly for me.
She kind of looks at you a little bit, and a smirk comes to her face, and she says, it's going to be a little... You're going to have to leave your dignity at the door, but come on.
Durathan will pause at this mention of dignity and consider if he has any at this current moment.
She gestures for you to come into the orphanage. If you want, though, you can maintain your pride and stay over there.
Durathan will pause for almost a minute before finally with a grimace entering, because he's going to have to walk outside like this.
She has busted a number of children, and one of them has managed to roll out a large wooden basin by child standards. It would be quite small for an adult, and for you it is even smaller. You're definitely going to be sitting with your knees against your chest, and some of the kids have started gathering some water that actually does look surprisingly clean into it. And she, as she's rolling up her sleeves and reaching for some brushes, she says, all right, strip.
Durathandril pauses and looks around at all the children and the little tiny tub.
There seems to be a mix of excitement and awe mostly going on in the room. And she sort of gestures to the orphanage, all the children. She says, sometimes in life, privacy and dignity are just a little too expensive to afford, but you'll be clean.
Now I know what Wake's crest meant. And he will slowly nod and disrobe.
All right, you are able to get probably the most uncomfortable and profoundly miserable bathing experience you hopefully will ever have in your life, as you are bathed, and Annika is assisted by some of the older children, but they scrub you down big time. And these brushes are not gentle, nor are they nice, but they get the work done. And they do manage to get your body clean at least. And after that, they throw the water out as best they can, out various windows and such, or it has become truly vile. And she does raise an eyebrow and say, don't suppose the thing that we spoke about earlier did this to you, or did you just slip and fall in something?
The boards of... What did they refer to it downstairs? Labyrinth?
You were in the maze, huh?
The maze, yes. Turns out wood does not last.
No? And she kind of looks around at the room around her and says, no, it doesn't. I don't think we're going to be able to do much about cleaning your clothes, but we could get some rags for you to wear until you can get those clean.
Oh.
BRB.
You may need to roll a psychology test for one of your things.
Yeah, no. This is challenging, right?
Yeah, it's a challenging willpower, challenging cool test. She says, or you could just, stay as you are for a bit, and we'll get your clothes clean, but you're gonna have to wait till, you might have to wait until a little later in the morning for them to be finished, because this is gonna take some elbow grease.
Durathandril looks around. These rooms didn't have, doors and things that could block entrance into them.
There are some doors if you went to the empty wing. there are like empty rooms and stuff. It's full of dust and
night.
goodness knows what, but you'll live.
Dorothandrel will give a slow nod and say, I think I will try to stay hidden for now.
She kind of gives your body a once over and shrugs, and says, "When you've been with children as long as I have, you really do stop to care about things. But suit yourself. It's gonna be cold over there, though."
This is something worth sacrificing. Cold is not an issue.
All right. So as you head over to the empty wing, you will spend the night there. Does anyone else need to do anything before nighttime? I mean, sleep time.
So
I'm good.
I'm going to stay with Doctor overnight and just do what I can to monitor and whatnot. So I, instead of going upstairs, will stay with the Doctor.
Okay.
Shift with Astaroth helping out.
Take shifts.
Oh, I know what book I need. I need one book. Little thing related to the elf real quick. That was loud. All right.
Before I leave the orphanage, I will gesture with my bucket. Could I have some of that clean water?
She says, "For a great hero, aye, we can spare a little."
I will give her a grateful nod.
All right, and she gives you kind of a small thing of it, not enough to really like bathe yourself with. They do keep your clothes though, unless you want to say otherwise.
No, I will attempt to cover what dignity I have while I get into a room with the provided rags, but I do not wear them.
Okie dokie. Since you're not going to be wearing anything over the night, there's one last thing I have to do to you, and then the next day shall come. Where the hell is my... Oh. I mean, my physical... Aha! Oh, I think it's this book. This book. I will say this, not importantly, but amusingly, that damn vampire went down so much easier than she was supposed to.
3 hits.
Didn't even get to
Dodge.
fight the ogre, the elf, because you could not dodge. You had a
Bludgeoned to
dodge of
death.
76, and she just couldn't do it.
I do have to say, the Muck was the endgame boss.
Yeah, it truly was.
Yeah, combat were fine. A social boss like Muck gonna end this.
Okay, so... I would like you to roll me a challenging endurance check, Mr. Elf. As you spend the cold evening. Okay, so you're going to gain a fatigue condition, despite the fact that you'll be sleeping. But other than that, you should not be in any severe... I just need to check one last thing, and then I apologize for all the book shifting. There was a word they used that I thought, oh, this would be a cool time to use this rule, but it meant something slightly different than I thought it did. There it is. Damn, Jesus. All right. Yada. Okay, this is okay. Yeah, so yeah, you're just gonna have a fatigue condition until you sleep somewhere more fitful and warm. All right. Morning comes. As you sleep over the night, anyone that has missing wounds may attempt a I believe it is a challenging endurance for sleep.
Challenging endurance. All right.
Astaroth, yep, you're good.
Damn.
I believe I only lost 2.
Oh, you're back to full now.
So if you pass, you just full heal?
No. It depends on what you roll.
Dang it. All right.
Oh, dang it.
So it's an average test.
Oh, it's average. Okay.
And it's SL plus toughness bonus.
Yes. Okay. So you actually do pass, Sigmund.
Okay.
So you would have so your target number would have been 55. So you would have had a success level of 1. So you'll heal 1 plus whatever your toughness bonus is. Then you're gonna heal 2 plus whatever your toughness bonus is.
Ooh, all right.
Dorthandrel, you took 1 damage. Oh, okay. So you're not gonna heal.
No, I am not in a state of recovery.
All right.
I am in a state of despair.
Morning has come. We'll start with Dorthandrel. You awake in the morning. Actually, no, we're gonna do you last. People downstairs, you wake up. And as you do hear a bit of commotion upstairs, outside. You hear lots of shouting and orders, and you hear a lot of people moving around.
Doctor still breathing?
Yeah,
She is still alive, yes.
perfect.
Then I'll go
I'll
check
look
to
at Sigmund and say, yeah, let's go check the door. I heard a lot of noise outside.
Though I am going to do a quick roll for the doctor.
see if she recovers wounds.
Well, no. No, not for recovery. I'll say that. More for how much time she still has on this earth without intervention. Yes, she seems that it seems that her condition has not worsened over the evening. If you want, you can give her a little water.
Yeah.
We'll do that and then head to the door.
All right. As you make your way to the door and you look outside, you do see that the soldiers are pretty much clearing out almost entirely. You do see a single Shalian who's walking around collecting all the white ribbon, and everyone just kind of seems to be buggering off.
All right, so is the door open? Like, can we go
Nope, still
out the
boarded
door?
up, but no one seems to care about you anymore.
Okay, so I'll peek my head out as much as I can and say, "Oi, what about the door?"
One of the soldiers will look back at you with a frown. He says, "We knows you got an ogre in there. Do it yourself."
Open up,
Barrett!
you big man.
Barrett, we need help with the door.
You're muted, in case you didn't know that, Mr. Ogre. He might have walked off for a second.
He said
Still
he was,
asleep.
Oh, he said was he getting food?
yeah.
Okay, well, okay, so Gino walks over, because you were saying, big man, and Gino goes, "Yeah?"
Hi, you have full permission to break down this door for the guards outside.
Ugh, finally. And he pretty much just walks into it, and it just shatters and goes all over the place. and you are relieved to see fresh sunlight and fresh, well, as fresh as city air can be, air stream in through the door that is open for you all.
So now that the door is open, I'm gonna look at the one trolley and say, "Oi, we need a doctor. And we need it now."
She'll kind of look around a little bit, and she very carefully sets down the white cloth, and she will walk over to you with her hands clasped and say, I'm afraid I'm not a doctor, but I could take a brief look at whoever it is that's in trouble.
Please
I
do.
appreciate it.
All right. She will walk into the building, and she'll follow the two of you. I assume you're going straight to the doctor.
Yes.
All right. She does pass by the sleeping mound that is Raret, and her nose seems to wrinkle a little bit in disgust. But as you kind of open the little curtain covering the doctor's space, and she looks at her, you hear her. There's like a slight gasp, and then she kind of lets out a very slow sigh, and she slowly shakes her head and says, "I'm sorry. I don't think we'll be able to help her in her current condition. We've seen this disease. It's been plaguing the Oswald for weeks now. I'm happy to hear that the cause was discovered and dealt with, but I think perhaps due to the nature of what caused this disease, it's proven quite difficult to treat. Maybe you might have some better luck with an actual doctor that treats in medicines, but Shalyan's prayers have struggled against this threat."
Do you know of any doctors?
Roll, both of you, or one of you can support the other, whoever's best at it, however y'all want to do it. Roll me a gossip check. And it is going to be average it's actually going to be easy due to what you're attempting to do and recent heroics that have kind of spread a little bit about y'all.
Sigmund, what do you got for gossip?
35?
I got 37.
Okay, so I will assist you.
Are you trained in, do you have at least one advance in gossip?
Yes.
Okay, so Sigmund, you're going to roll an easy check, and when it asks you for the modifier, you're gonna add 10.
Okay. Easy. Target bonus. Nothing. Oh, okay,
Ooh, okay. So she actually kind of looks back to make sure no one has followed her into the building, and she's gonna kind of motion for the two of you to come close, and she says, "I'm not supposed to say this because it's not, shall we say, public knowledge, but if you look around among the houses in this part of the district, you can find Eric's clinic. But," and she kind of pokes you in the chest a little bit, Sigmund, and she says, "Do not tell anyone about Eric. If the Guild of Physicians found out that he was practicing in this poor quarter, they would come after him, and it would be ugly. But the people around here depend on him."
I
have a word for our priestess. Won't speak of it.
You'll probably need to transport the doctor to his place. His mobility is not great, but I'll tell you how to get there.
I appreciate it. We got the ogre for that.
She nods, and she does give you directions about if you leave and wind down a couple of particular streets, you'll arrive at a building that she describes for you a little, and she says if you go there, when you knock on the door, you'll be greeted by a halfling named Hartwig Flatbush. And if you explain why you're there, they should let you in.
We
Okay.
appreciate your assistance.
She nods to the two of you, and she heads back outside to finish collecting up all the white ribbon. Fend, what are you doing?
Alrighty. Let's see. Well, I still gotta find Anton.
Actually, we'll come back to you in just a minute. Because
I have returned, by the way, gentlemen.
something will likely happen. All right, Mr. Elf, you wake up. You did not sleep well at all. You're very cold. This sucks. You're still naked.
I look at whatever I was able to prop up against the door and doubt that it will stop it from opening. But I'm gonna take my bucket of semi-clean water, take out that cutlery, and try to scrub it in the water with my brush to get most of the grime off, to get a good look at what I've got.
You have a brush?
I have a mop, a bucket, and a brush as my
Ooh.
trappings as a sailor.
Very nice. Okay, roll me a dexterity check, or if you have something that you feel, if you have an idea of something you'd like to sub it, you can, but dexterity would suffice.
Yeah, I'll do dexterity.
And it is going, because you actually have all the proper materials, make it average.
And then -10 for fatigue.
Ooh, just right on the money. So, you clean them off. They're not a particularly impressive set of material. They're not made of anything like super fancy. It's pretty much just like iron. But that being said, you do have yourself a clean cutlery set, and you do a good, frankly, a good enough job cleaning them that unless someone looks at it like off light with the right angle, you really don't notice the scratches and minor dents.
This can be fixed later.
So yes, you have a full set of cutlery added to your inventory.
All right, I will make a note that it is no longer grubby.
Anything else you would like to do before I bounce somewhere else?
I am awaiting clothes as I clean the cutlery.
You do hear some knocking on the door.
I will go to it and ask, hello? Are they finished?
You don't hear a vocal response. But there's another knock. You open it?
I crack open the door and peer out it, just like Alu Harath does.
All right. You see Trinity is actually standing there, and as he sees your eyes, he smiles at you and he points back across the hallway.
I look up and down this landing to see if there's anyone up and coming through the stairs right now.
No one comes up here, and no one seems to be coming down at this time.
With a deep sigh, I will cover what dignity I have with the rags and go across to the other room.
All right. You enter the room, and there are children and teenagers and toddlers everywhere. But they do settle down a little bit when you come in because they are quite mystified by your presence. Trinity comes with you before running to Anika's side and clutching onto her apron, and she turns and gestures, and you see that your clothes have been fairly well washed and wrung out. They are all kinds of wrinkly, and they're still kind of wet, very cold wet, but they are mostly clean. There is still a little bit of an odor to them, but it's not nearly what it was. And she says, I did the best I could. Whatever it is you fell in, it was pretty foul. And very tenacious, I should say.
It is indeed awful. But I give the clothes a once-over to check for damage.
There does not appear to be any rips. Some of it maybe seems a little more stretched than you recall, and some of the colors seem a little faded. Nothing like severe, though. Like, it would still probably be considered the same quality, but if you were, like, meeting with someone that knows what it looked like, someone who paid very close attention to what it looked like beforehand, they would tell that you've been through something.
All right. I will give a slight nod to... Oh gosh, I can't remember her name.
Anika.
Anika, thank you for the effort. And I put those clothes on.
All right, you get a bit of a shiver through your body, like most living things do when putting on cold, wet clothes, but they're not soaked, luckily. And you are once again clothed. You will only have a penalty of -10 instead of -30 until you can get something for either 2 weeks or until you can get something more professional done. All right. As you're talking to her, you do see the younger of the dwarf brothers, Mr. Schluck. He heads downstairs past you. He doesn't really seem to pay you much mind.
That is fine.
All right.
I would bid her goodbye, and I'm going to go find out if we're free to leave this building.
All right. Actually, as you're heading down, there are numerous windows that you're able to see out of, and you can tell even from this high up very easily as you're descending that the army that used to be surrounding this place is completely gone. Okay, as you're heading downstairs, and the party's waking up, some very cheap but sufficient breakfast is being passed around. Those of you who went down to the maze, your little party, do notice that you actually receive some rather generous helpings, and the food seems a little better than it did yesterday. And many people are thanking you as they are all, pretty much everyone comes down, realizes the door's open, has run back upstairs, and there's been a pretty consistent flow of people leaving just to get out of the building for a little while, even if they don't really have any particular plans. That being said, Shrulk beats the elf down by a little bit, and he actually, when he comes down, he kind of is fiddling with his beard a bit, nervously pulling at it, and he sees you, Thend, and he approaches and says, could I speak with you just a minute?
What do you want?
He'll look around and says, From said we shouldn't bother, but after what you did for me and getting us out of the building and everything, I just and he'll kind of look around a little more, and he says, I heard you were looking for someone.
Are you I'll sort of make sure nobody's listening in. You talking about Anton?
He'll kind of like he'll say, kind of a tall, youngish feller. Was transport. Yeah.
So, get it out.
I saw him. He came in here. He was being talked to by, and he looks around very conspiratorially before he'll kind of lean forward further and say, he was talking to some pretty bad folks. The kind of folks you don't want to get mixed up with. They're the man's men.
Fine by me. And where did he go?
At this, he once again sort of looks around conspiratorially and says, I'm not entirely sure, but my brother said that they were up to something to do with a gun shipment.
Sigmund hasn't talked about that to me, right?
I believe he's mentioned it a few times. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sigmund.
Yeah, because everyone was like, oh, we're going to go hunt the Minotaur, and Sigmund was like, well, I'm actually looking for this, but, you know.
Yeah, and I had said that if he helps you with that, the Manticore, I'll help him.
It does ring a bell for you, Thend.
Cool.
He's like, and he'll kind of shrug and say, I haven't heard anything else. We were thinking about, you know, taking a few of them firearms if they weren't paying attention, but they were well guarded, so we didn't get involved in all that. I don't know anything else. I just the,
Was working for you with this, or you were just thinking of going on your own?
he'll say, "Oh, well, we're pretty small fries. We don't tend to get official work, I guess. But, you know, we just kind of we do what we need to do to live, but we don't work for the man, at least not yet. Working for the man's this is dangerous stuff."
Doesn't matter. You don't have to get involved, but I appreciate the info.
He will nod to you, and as he's kind of turning around, he'll say, "Well, if you do ever need anything lying around to find its way somewhere more useful, you know where we are."
I will. I'll wait for him to go.
All right, yeah, he heads back upstairs.
Actually, before I find Sigmund, I'm just gonna. Actually, I'll find Sigmund first.
All right, he's in a different part of the room than you are, but you know where he is. He hasn't really moved much.
Hey, you awake?
Yeah.
Come outside with me. Let's get some fresh air.
Lead the way.
All right, we head on out. As we go out, I'll check the sky. Anything?
Yeah, some birds. Nothing alarming. Clouds. Looks like. Actually, roll me a D100. Let's see what the weather is.
Oh,
It's raining manticores.
Just instant death.
Rarrett's wet dream.
Oh crap! What book is the weather table? I thought it was this one. Where art thou, weather chart? I know I've seen it. Maybe it's.
There's a weather chart in the compendium on travel.
Oh, is it in the main book?
In the compendium for shadows, enemy and shadows.
You mean the companion?
The companion, yeah.
Ah, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the help on that. All right, let's get. That's gonna be the real thing I need to do is try and get to the point where I know I can memorize and remember exactly what it is. Not quite at that point yet. Oh, there's what I was looking for. Haha. Unfortunately for you, Elf, making me look at this book. No, you don't have a regular fatigue condition. You roll me a 4d10. This is what I was looking for. I just couldn't remember what book it was in.
Ray.
15, so 35. Okay, so not yet, but soon you're gonna have to deal with something. All right, so the weather, let's see, it is autumn. Y'all are in the north. So you rolled a 31. It's a fair day. It's a beautiful day. It's a perfect day. It's a great day for some minball.
all right. So I'll sort of, well, I'll see the birds. I'll take a little bit of shelter from them and sort of bring Sigmund in so that people aren't listening.
No one seems to have cared less about you guys. Most people have kind of filtered out of the building, and everyone's going shopping and doing lots of things they've been needing to do for the last 24 hours that they can finally go do.
So, Sigmund, it appears we're heading in the same direction as my friend Anton seems to be conspiring with the man. The guy's called the man.
Yes. So roll me. Do you have lore local or anything like that? Do you have any lores?
no lore.
Okay, roll me an intelligence check, but it is average.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're not really sure what exactly the man is, but based on what little bits were put together, especially because you're from a nicer part of the city, you suspect it has something to do with the criminal gangs that are rampant in the poorer parts of the city.
So some crime lord around here's been gathering weaponry. Something that I think I heard you talking about, and I sort of explain, I explain. What was it, Anton? What's that? Shrillik? Shrillik said
Yeah.
Anton was.
So Shrillik said that he saw Anton speaking with the men who seem to be in charge of taking care of that shipment of weapons, but you're not sure what his relationship with them was.
Let's see here. All right, so I explained that. Now, I won't dig into your business anymore, but I do hope that
It is also Bakkerntag. It is the 20th of Yardrung, by the way. Sorry, carry on.
whatever happens, the boy means no trouble. Do you think you'd be able to turn a blind eye his way? And I'll help you with retrieving. I'll help you out in whatever way I can. You did save me from that vampire down there. I do trust you.
If he's the one that waylaid them, that's going to be more of an issue. But if he's just helping sell it, that's not really my purview. I just need to find out where they've been going.
Well, I'm looking for Anton myself. The lad doesn't usually get himself into this much trouble, and he'd have no business waylaying your caravan. But for the rest of the party, you're comfortable bringing them along?
I don't see an issue with it.
Is that Astaroth? That's
Yeah.
what I've just been listening in.
He said the rest of the party.
They're outside.
Yeah.
Unless you're wanting to eavesdrop, you did not hear that.
Are you dropping our eaves?
But if you would like to try and eavesdrop, you can try.
Okay,
no.
I'm gonna cast a spell.
Too late.
They seem helpful enough. I have no problem with them coming along. But you seem the professional type.
I might have some reservations about the ogre, but he's been handy enough. If we can just keep him from eating people.
I made a promise to him that I would help him find a pot and get him some food. And he's done good by me and has been able to stop his appetite. I'm not especially worried about him.
If you think you can keep a hand on him,
Of course. Did the same thing back in the park up above. I'll make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. You have my word.
Word of a dwarf's a pretty serious thing.
Or foolish.
Well, if that's it.
Though he technically did not say oath, so there is that. All right, so y'all two gonna head back inside?
yeah.
All right, the party is gathered.
I felt like Rurit's finally woken up and going, ah!
By the way, Elf, you do not have a fatigue condition. Something else will come up, but you're perfectly fine for now.
Hooray,
Of
that's
course.
not ominous.
That's a question. Should we have rolled something during the sleep thing?
Only if you were wanting to heal.
Might as well have, because I did.
Roll an average endurance check.
Okay. Jordan. Average.
You do not heal.
Never mind.
All right.
Plenty of anyway, it's fine.
Gino does stick his head and say, we's gonna eat before you leaves, right, Raret?
Oh, yes, lad. Yes, we's gonna eat. Don't you worry, fellow bull. I'll make sure you and I feast again.
Oh, good.
Why you slims had me another pot?
You are able to easily acquire another pot. That's for humans, but sure.
I said, for you not to hand it back at him originally as well, right? Because he wasn't going to keep it, because it's not his pot. He's not going to steal the pot.
You receive a second pot. That's mostly clean.
Ah, good. He'll just,
Pour a little bit of your thing in it again, but this time I'm gonna add an extra bit of sense to it now. Right, I'm gonna get in the corner again. Slims, no looking. Oh, this is butcher secrecy.
Alright. Alright, and I'll leave the room.
You say so, and I just walk past the room and head up the stairs.
Dorothan will step outside and lean against the wall to listen in because secrecy has been mentioned.
Okay, is it now only challenging now due to the magic being dispelled from underneath me?
Yes, also you're just not down there, so yes, it's normal.
No miscast. Failed. I was like,
Wow. A bit rusty from yesterday. Okay, second try.
You reach into your big pocket and pull out your hands after mumbling something in a language no one else understands, and it's empty.
God. Ow, Morg's dribble. Okay.
I'll let you try one more time before I start doing penalties.
okay. Woohoo!
All right, this time as you reach into your pocket, hoping, praying for something to be produced, you are able to produce, so you got, would you like to produce something a little larger, or would you like to produce more?
I would like to produce something larger.
All right, as you trying to think of how evil I want to be with this.
He
I'm not-
reaches
okay.
into his pocket, and for a brief second, the Manticore's head pops out.
Yeah. You reach in. You got 4 success levels. That's pretty good. You reach in, and instead of pulling out a rat, you emerge with a chicken.
Ooh.
It begins barking and shrieking in terror.
Stock, I just club it to death quickly.
No, clucking. We had that conversation, Clucky.
Everyone else, if you're even remotely close to the room, you hear a bark, and then just a crack, and that's it.
Hey GM, if I'm listening in, can I use intuition to kind of gauge the winds of magic to see if something magic-y is happening? Because I don't remember a chicken being in there.
Yes, but it'll be challenging. You're not sure how exactly this ogre has managed to be hiding a chicken this entire time. You suspect that perhaps he's using some sort of strange ability to have kept the chicken asleep this entire time, but it's very strange, and there's something weird's going on, but you're not sure what, though you do suspect magic is involved.
Rorik just starts plucking the chickens slowly. He does just pluck its feathers off, going,
Oh, thank you for the harvest, more. Right, where's me bones? I'll use some of the rat bones and crush them up as little bits of hors d'oeuvres.
he like sprinkles a bit of the rat hors d'oeuvres in little.
Calcium is important. It's true.
A little bit of the broth in there, and then he puts the chicken in, but he does add like 1 or 2 feathers. Go,
Why not? It's been a while since I had some feathers.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised you bothered plucking it. All right.
he plucked most of it, but not 100%.
Okay. Roll me a. You've got actually some pretty nice stuff going on in there. Roll me an average cook check.
Will that be butchering in for me? Because I don't have.
I do that.
Butchery.
Oh, you make, by ogre standards, a masterpiece. Like even those of you that are around the room, like the aroma is actually not awful. As long as you don't look at what it is, it actually smells almost more appetizing than the kind of like stale bread and mystery soup that you had for breakfast.
Oh, the more would be drooling at this. Here you are, Gino, lad.
Gino is beyond thrilled. And as he slurps it down, there are little tears appearing in his little piggy eyes.
You really enjoyed that one, lad, didn't you?
Oh yes, it tasted like a home I've never been to.
The home the Great Moor provides all of us ogres, lad. Since I'm staying in the city, Gino, do you mind me coming back more often? If I can, I'll always try and give you some meat and some food.
Oh, you can stay free, but what is the Great Maw?
Oh, the god that all us ogres pray and worship to. Those that live in Gristle-Tooth Valley and beyond.
His eyes seem to almost bug out a little bit, and he says, "We's has a god."
We've got two technically, but the Great Moor's the big boss.
Two? That's a big amount of gods.
However, he's the reason we're always hungry. And when we eat, he eats.
Ah, that sounds like that god makes sense, not like Slim Hammer Man.
Oh, I heard a few things about him.
At least here they worship the wolf. Wolf sounds good. I can see why they do wolf.
There's your wolf god that these slims here worship.
Yes, he's called Urish.
Ulrich. The pointy-eared elf did mention about seeing a flame. I might go with him, see what it's like. Is it going to be as glorious as I think it is? Could I roast some rats on it, I wonder?
Gino's seen it. It's good flame.
Oh,
It's cold though.
cold.
Not good for cooking, unless. Can you cook cold?
He kind of like Robert puts his finger to his lips and just starts then scratching his little chin beard and goes,
You know what? You never know till you try, lad.
It's a genuinely fascinating proposal.
yeah.
If I'm allowed to, I'll try it. If not, I will not disrespect the Slims if it's one of their gods.
I don't think they'd let you cook that. You're not supposed to touch.
Oh, okay. I'll just look at it and be dazzled.
He nods at your wisdom.
But if you ever want to learn more about the Great Moor, I'll come by and teach you.
I'd like that.
I as one of the priests of his bountifulness. He provides for all of us.
And he'll kind of give Gino like a. He'll have his hand like reached out for a very not gestured handshake, but by like an ogre standards.
Put it there, buddy.
He grips your hand for the handshake, which is weird for you. Clearly, this poor young ogre has no idea how to do a proper shake.
Okay. That's not how we do it in Gristle-Tooth, but I'll accept.
That's how the Slims. I was raised by Slims.
Oh, you poor bastard. I'll make sure you get proper ogre instincts while I'm in the city, lad. I swear to the Great Moor.
He nods appreciatively.
Yes. Also, if you ever need to call me name, it's Rarick, lad.
I'm Gino.
Pleasure, Gino. I'm gonna check on my other Slims they're all right, I am, because someone had promised to help me, and I promised to help them. Gotta always look after your slims, you have.
The other 4 of you unfortunately caught that entire conversation.
He just called Sigmar Slim Hammer Man.
I believe so.
So, the door is open. Middenheim awaits. What will you brave heroes do?
We can go out.
We could,
Yeah.
however, there is a poor dying woman in the next room. I do believe taking care of her was.
Beardy Slim, the Manticore. Oh, we could go for it.
Oh yes, no, we'll go for it. But for now, we just need to bring this woman across town to some clinic, I guess.
What woman? Oh, wait a minute. He looks at the doctor on the bed, going, "Oh, her. She not dead yet."
She
Not
will be if we
yet.
don't take her to the clinic.
Rarity, you could have sworn she was dead when y'all saw her for the first time, but the Slims keep insisting otherwise.
If you say so, Slims. Which of you are going to carry her?
It'd be you, big man.
I can try. I think you might be able to. You might have an easier time though, Raret.
I kind of look at
Always
I
mental.
look at her, then look at the others, and go,
Are you sure you want me to carry her?
I can try and carry her.
I've got nothing to say no if I've got to.
The ogre would have a very easy time with it, but you know, it does bear thinking about.
I could try. Does she look carryable?
Yes, if one of the humans did it, you could probably kind of piggyback her, but it's gonna be it's definitely doable.
Check to carry her on my back like a piggyback.
No, you don't have to check for it. She just basically adds some pretty serious encumbrance.
Okay, that's fine. Then I will just kind of I'll look at Raret and say, fine. I'll carry the doctor and I'll drape her over my back.
Okay. She does let out some sounds that sound very, very pained, but you know, she's not conscious, so she doesn't really seem to fight.
Yeah.
Don't
I'll
forget
grab
the things then,
a-
Slims.
Yeah.
Northander will pick up her bag.
Okay.
And Raret, we don't need to go to the basement anymore.
Oh,
I
no,
found
we don't.
where, I might know where my friend was heading.
Oh, excellent. I'll help you find him. I said I'd help, so I'll help.
After that, we can talk about the Manticore.
Yes.
We can make preparations.
All right, y'all gonna head outside?
Yep.
All right, you got the doctor in tow, and you head outside. As you do, though, as you walk out the front, you do see the last of the guard kind of gathering all their garbage, their stuff, and heading out and stuff. And you do see the sergeant. He doesn't make any attempt to approach the lot of you, but next to him, you do see a very curious figure. An image should have just popped up on all of your screens.
"Yeah, see."
Yep.
You see this man standing beside him, and he is whispering something to the sergeant, and the sergeant sort of nods and says something back. And as you all come out and are very noticeable, especially when the ogre ducks through the opening to stand behind the lot of you, the man looks at the 5 of you and his eyes narrow before he turns with a very flashy show of robes. This man is dressed very outlandishly. None of you have seen anything like actually do you have any kind of lore checks, Mr. Elf?
I have lore ocean.
You may roll a lore ocean if you would like, or you could roll a flat intelligence. It will be challenging either way. Okay, so his garb is extremely exotic, but none of you have any idea where it's just very outlandish to a lot of you. And he walks down into an alley and just kind of vanishes. And the sergeant sort of nods his chin at the five of you and says, "Oi, you lot."
Ooh,
Yep.
hello again, Tashy Slim. Nice touch again, I must say.
He raises an eyebrow at the ogre's talk, but does, without I think realizing it, reaches up and twirls a little bit at his stash in a proper appreciation. Before he nods at the building and says, "It was a good work. It was a good effort the five of you put in. The city does appreciate your contribution to public health."
I'm glad it does. We do
I'm
have a pressing matter to attend to.
He sees the doctor and nods, and he holds out the diary and says, "I hope that at some point she will be able to make further use of this. The individual I took it to said her work was impressive."
I'll go ahead and take the book.
He does look a little bit and says, "Perhaps I could have a few of the watch help you transport her. Could be simpler."
We can
I-
make to ourselves. We have a debt to repay her, and we'd like to make sure that we are the ones to help.
He shrugs. He does look at the elf, and elf, you do notice his nose twitches, and he seems to smirk a little bit, but he doesn't say anything. And he nods.
Glance towards Raret to indicate that is where the smell is coming from.
He
It was covered in blood.
he does dip his head one more time and say, "Stay out of trouble then." And unless any of you has a question for him, he marches away.
Oh, one question thing, Fancy Tash Slim. Which way do the hunts leave out of the city?
Rare, I believe they leave out of every gate. I had someone tell me on my way in the other day.
Any gate will do.
on-
You don't
Any
have
gate.
long though. Maybe, and he kind of looks up at the sky and he says, "Probably 2 hours at most. They leave before noon."
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Fancy Tash Slim. Thank you very much.
He nods and heads off.
I love his mustache.
Oh, it is fabulous.
suitable.
I can't grow one, sadly. As you see, I can only grow a chin beard. But I like it. Much as it used to lightly, that's it. Nothing compared to yours, stunt it. You're stunty, and he looks towards Thend.
I look at my just completely unkept beard right now to try and fit in here. Not good enough though.
Now, wild is good.
Hmm.
Let's
To each-
get this
to each their
Doctor
own.
Slim Let's get this Doctor Slim to where you slot said before I get drooly.
Yeah, we're moving.
Alright, that sounds like a good idea.
All right. Humans, I assume you're leading the way with the directions you learned.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
While they lead the way, I'll just make sure that no guards are like nearby or looking.
No
at
one seems interested you in the slightest.
us. Good.
All right, so we return to the city proper. Y'all wander down a few streets. There's quite a few people about, more so than usual, likely due to word getting out that the city there actually is not a plague, but it was something else. You hear a lot of very different things as you're wandering by people who are gossiping about it. Everything from that there was never a plague in the first place, but it was simply a move by some individual to just claim more territory, or no, there really was a plague, but Shalyar herself appeared and healed the people that were being sick, therefore the cordon is ended. Other folks are saying, no, it wasn't that. There was a doctor who came in and simply solved the crisis. But there's a few people that do mention something about undeath or nasty corruption, but most of those people are blown off as being superstitious idiots. That being said, you do wander your way southeast down till you've almost reached the outer wall that sees over the Faustschlag, and you find yourself outside a dilapidated house that is unmarked. There's nothing particularly special or noteworthy about it, but based on the description you were given, you feel 100% sure this is the right place.
Sigmund will give it a couple knocks.
All right, you knock on the door a few times, and there's no response yet. But after a little bit, a door opens, and all of your vision is drawn down because there is a halfling who looks up at you, and he sort of glares a little bit and says, "Hi, how can I help you?"
Hartweg?
"I am Hartwig," and he looks even more suspicious now.
We're coming from the Spittlefeld Tenement Building.
Oh, the cordon's over then, is it?
Yes. There was no plague, but she here was still injured there and is afflicted with the same illness that has come from there.
He walks around you, and he sort of looks up at the ogre and starts a little bit, because from his perspective, he wasn't necessarily super visible, but kind of regains his composure, moves around, and he looks at her and goes, "Oh, yeah, she looks awful. All right, come on in." And he points at the ogre and says, "Except you can stay at the door."
Oh, okay, but... Oh, Dribble, you're the same size as a Noblar.
He'll turn and scowl and he says, "I ain't no damn green skin, you flogging idiot.
You're the same size as a Noblar, and they're handy.
I'm a halfling. I'd expect an ogre to recognize one."
I know what a halfling is, but I've never met one.
We'll keep him company. He won't make any trouble.
He glares a little bit before heading inside and says, "Come on, we haven't got all morning."
I'll stay outside with Wirt.
You never said anything stunty about halflings being here.
I've seen too many myself, I think.
One of them could help be my cook if I get a bit rusty.
Something tells me this one won't be very happy about that.
There's always other ones, unless I find another Noblar. But if I find a Noblar, you're not to hurt him.
Of course, haven't seen too many myself anyways.
You think he's a gobbo knowing you.
That one's on you too. If you wrangle him in, then I'll turn away.
And can I have the book? I'll add it to the doctor's bag.
Yes. I'll hand it over.
And as I'm walking in with the doctor, it's at the peak of my exhaustion. So, "Oh, friend, is there a bed I can put her down on?"
The halfling will say, "You'll take her upstairs in just a moment, but I'm going to need 2 shillings before I send you up there."
Aye. Sigmund, do you have a shilling? We'll go half and half.
Do I have enough pennies to make a shilling? Yes. I'll spend...
If you're strapped for cash, I can cover it. I do have 3 shillings.
I can pay for half.
Okay. So I will give 1 silver shilling.
I'll give 12 brass pennies.
All right. He will take it and nod and says, "All right, Eric's upstairs. I will warn you, he can be a little abrasive."
I think that shouldn't be a problem. Sigmund, can you help me carry her upstairs? I don't think after walking for so long I can take it at this point.
Yeah, I'll shoulder her and carry her up the stairs.
All right, you make your way upstairs, and through a door, there is a laid out table, clearly meant for... It's a fairly clean space, despite the typical dilapidated state of this place. And you hear the halfling shout from downstairs, Eric, you've got a patient. Are you all going to lay her out on the table?
Yes.
All right, you do so. Check out, double check thing. All right. After that, you set her down on the table. You hear a man in another room. You hear the door open, and you hear a little bit of distant swearing before someone begins to emerge and shamble towards the lot of you. I think limp is probably a more accurate term.
Can we see him yet? Is he in vision or no?
Sorry, I'm turning a page.
Oh, no worries.
Here's the page I needed. All right. So you see a man come limping out because he has crutches. And the first thing that immediately catches your attention, other than his extremely wild mane of completely white hair, is that his left leg is missing from below the knee. And he begins working his way towards the lot of you and grumbles, "Get out of my way." And the closer he gets, the more you are able to get a better look at him. He's got a pretty flabby build, but the thing that really catches your attention is how just he has these dark circles under his eyes, and this man looks, when you first saw him, you thought he was an old man, but when he gets close enough, you realize he's really not that old. He's probably, you would have initially thought that he was in his maybe 50s or 60s, but when you get a good look at him, you realize this guy's probably more like in his 20s or 30s. But he's just so worn down, and he reeks of alcohol. But he does limp into the room and finally sits roughly in a chair beside the doctor. And he turns over and kind of looks at her for a moment, and he frowns deeply and looks up and says, "What happened?"
Hi, she's coming from the Spittlefeld Building, where they rumored that there was a plague, but it was not a plague, it was a vampire. We were wondering if you could maybe, if you knew anything about what she's going through, if you could maybe help her.
Vampire, huh? Alright. Was she bit?
We're not sure. We don't know what happened. When we arrived at the building, she was in this state. We didn't find her for several hours until after we arrived.
Pretty useless, but alright. And with that, he reaches down beneath the desk and pulls up what surely is his most important tool, a flask of alcohol, and he swigs from it. Alright, he kind of wipes it off his face, and he looks, and he very gently reaches forward, and he actually kind of prods at her neck a bit. And he looks closer and frowns. He feels her head and says, "Fever," and he takes another swig. And he blinks very hard, almost as if he was trying to shift something. And he leans back in his chair for a moment and runs a hand through his hair. Where he goes, "All right." And he takes a small little scalpel and he cuts very lightly along her neck. And you see him paying very close attention to the blood before he takes another swig. I think... give me a moment. So he failed 2 consume alcohol checks. Oh, okay then. He looks at her blood and he holds up a small glass vial under it and takes it, and he turns away from the lot of you to a desk where he has many different kinds of instruments, and he seems to be working on it and doing little comparisons before he nods to himself and grumbles to himself, and he turns back and says, well, the good news is she's not turning into a vampire. The bad news is she's got blood rot.
Blood rot? I've never heard of such a thing. What is it?
He frowns up at you and he says, blood rot's a disease, you idiot.
I could have gathered that, but what is it exactly? Is it curable?
Not easily. It's usually fatal. Most people get it, die in a few days.
Do you think you could cure it?
No, but it can be treated. No, let me see. He kind of looks around a little bit and he pulls out a jar full of leeches, and he begins to apply them onto her neck. And does that for a bit, and sort of nods and says, I can treat her, but she'll be here a few days.
As long as you can treat her, that's all that matters. Can we leave her in your care?
That depends. Can you afford to leave her in my care?
Well, we paid 2 shillings.
That's for the diagnosis.
Ah, what is your fee?
How much you got?
Dorothander will take out an empty pouch.
I can't drink pouches.
How about 1 silver shilling and 5 brass pennies? No, forget that. 1 silver shilling and 12 brass pennies. How does that sound?
Roll a haggle check. It is because he's rather inebriated. It's average. He'll kind of look up and say, 1 shilling, and I'll make sure she's fine.
1 shilling. Okay, and I'll hand him 1 shilling.
He pockets it and takes another swig of his drink before he kind of blearily looks around the room a bit, and he goes, "Tell her, God, Jesus Christ, I keep knocking shit over. Tell that damn halfling to come up here and get out of my office."
Thank you for your kindness, Doctor. We'll be back in a few days to check on her. Gents, I believe that's our cue to leave.
GM, I rummaged through the doctor's bag before. Did she have a bottle of leeches?
All of her medical supplies were exhausted.
Okay. Should I leave her equipment here with you?
He seems to have kind of forgotten you were there, but when you speak, he sort of sits up and he goes, give it the halfling, just get out.
Okay.
All right. As y'all leave the room, you do find Hartwig downstairs, and he looks up and says, "Oh, I hope he was able to help your friend."
I believe so. Exactly. The doctor has examined her and believes that he may be able to help. We have paid his additional fee, and he has promised to take care of her. So from here on, I guess we'll check back in a couple of days.
Aye, we can do that. Is there a place I could send a missive should she pass?
And lives here, doesn't he?
Don't know. She has a. Here's her stuff. I don't know if there's any contact information in there.
Could
One
we send?
second. I will
Could we just put down
ask the
Gino?
dwarf. Do not trust Gino.
He'll raise an eyebrow at this and say, "Ah, the Spittlefeld Building, is it? We could send a missive there if you'd like."
Dorthandel's gonna go talk to Thend, because Thend mentioned he's local.
As you head outside real quick, he does nod and say, "I'll make sure he takes good care of her and doesn't get too wasted before he does any treatments." Damn shame. You might not believe it, but he used to be quite the doctor, one of the best surgeons in all of Middenheim. And he kind of makes a gesture to his leg.
He did have quite fine equipment I would not expect in this area of town.
Only I could get him to stop drinking. Perhaps he could put his life back together, but it is what it is.
Did the Manticore get him?
Oh, no. This was many years ago.
Ah, I see.
He sort of looks at the rest of you and says, "Will there be anything else then? Did any of you need treatment?"
No, I just believe we're waiting on our friend Jothandril.
Okay, Dorthandril, you find Then. Then, Elf's looking for you.
Hi.
And you have residents here, don't you?
Yes. Why does that matter to you?
The halfling wished to know where to send word, and I trust your residence is more likely to maintain knowledge of a messaging past than Gino.
Nothing wrong with
Do I have,
Gino.
You can send it to Gino. I don't know how soon I'll be heading back to my residence anytime soon. If I'm to help the lot of you.
I was hoping to leave her, and Dorthan will gesture to the bag he has, belongings that look rather delicate somewhere safe.
What's it? Sotek. For my residence, is it just like normal?
Yeah, it's
'Cause you said it was part of my work.
yeah,
right?
it's kind of like essentially a small apartment.
Okay. Well, you can drop it off. I give him the address. You can give that, or you can have it go wherever you'd like. I wouldn't mind either way.
I'd prefer not to haul this around hunting a manticore.
Of course.
Alright, Dorthan will go back and tell... So, you can send word, and he'll give the address, that is where her belongings will be stored, since...
Oh, we could just hold on to those here if you'd like. I have a space for patients.
that would be delightful. The physician said he did not wish to have it here.
I don't suppose the patient has a name.
Alexandria Giuliani?
All right. And he picks up a small ledger and makes a note and says, "And don't worry, he doesn't like to stash things upstairs, but this is my abode, so I'll make sure it's placed properly down here."
I will hand the halfling the bag of very valuable medical supplies.
You notice as you get close enough to hand something to him, his eye kind of like narrows weirdly a little bit and his nose twitches, and his eyes kind of flick to you, but he doesn't make any comments as he takes the bag.
A very wise halfling.
And as he puts it away, he'll say, "Well, if that's all, thank you for your business, and I hope your friend pulls through."
I thank you for your time. I'll clasp my hands together when we're outside and say, "Now that all that's done with, I believe there's the matter of the Manticore. We can finally..."
Yay! Time to hunt us a big beastie up in the sky. Oh, we need to get onto the gates quick. Come on, Thin. Come on, Scruffy Slim. Come on, you got to get to one of the Thin gates.
Roach's kind of a little bit stomping, a bit giddy. He is in excitement.
DM, how much time has passed between when we were told
1 hour.
by that 1 hour? So we have an hour to make it to the.
You have an hour to make it to the gate, or wander around the city a little bit if you'd like, or do anything else you think you may need to do. You still have a unresolved mystery to deal with.
I don't think matters shouldn't be too pressing, though. As soon as this hunt is done, I believe me and Sigmund do have some searching to do.
Oh, you both got to search stuff. Wait, what do you need then?
Then I will note, you are supposed to work today, though you're not sure where that leaves you as far as finding your friend versus whether you're supposed to show up or not.
How long would this manticore hunt be? I do have a park to attend to.
I tell you what, Stan. I tell you what. You do whatever. You go back to that weird park that I was originally going to sleep at. Because I sleep where Gino is. In that building where Gino is. Did you find me now a place to sleep?
So I'll turn to Thend and I'll say, Thend, you work at the park.
Yes, I keep the peace there.
And you're supposed to work today? And I assume several days after that?
Yes. So, I'm my current job is to find my coworker who's disappeared in this district.
Tell you what. I might hate this, but I think we can all agree on this. If you go and work, we'll look for your buddy. 2 birds, 1 stone.
I'd argue that me and the ogre can go to the park and have a word with your boss.
I saw him. I know I can scare him.
Oh, you've seen him, so you know what he looks like. Yeah, we'll come with you then to the park. Sigmund and Delfandro can pursue the leads on your friend, and we'll rejoin them in a little bit. But for now, let's go settle the matter of your employment.
Oh yes.
You're sure Air Lurpin will be delighted.
I would much prefer you stay here to continue searching. I will need to at least report back, but I believe he's as invested in Anton's safety as I am, and I should be able to get. I will most likely be sent back here to look for him.
Oh no, I insist, Stunty. Let me and Rough Slim come with you.
I agree. We can't risk your boss pulling you back. He might be invested, but he might send you off somewhere else, and we can't do this without you. After all, and I put my hand on Fenn's shoulders, like you're one of the vampire slayers.
Oh,
You did a good deal of damage to that vampire back there.
You also took the biggest hit.
I heard you. I heard the slash. I wish I could have seen it.
No, we insist. We're gonna come with you.
I hope that old man's not somewhere along the way that I scared earlier.
Well, he's most definitely gone at this point. Look, I made my promise to help you with the manticore to find your pot, but I made a promise to what's his name? What's his name?
Who?
Your boss,
Lurpin.
Aldebaran Lurpin.
Yeah, on Lurpin's word. Unfortunately, Raret, I do believe I saw you eyeing those fish in the pond earlier.
Oh, I'll make sure he doesn't lay a hand on those
Keep
fish.
me away from the pond and I'll be fine.
Oh, Astaroth, that is already my job.
However,
and Gurrit kind of like puts a finger in his tooth, like getting some of the food. I go,
ooh, that chicken was lovely. However, if he starts getting gobby at you, I can make sure he doesn't get as gobby. I won't hurt him, but I'll just leave a suggestion to him.
Well, man of my word, Raret. I've already promised him. that I will be bringing no trouble there?
Oh, there won't be any trouble.
There will
Even
not
though-
indeed.
Ben, you feel like you're speaking a language that they just apparently do not understand.
Starting to shuffle out, and I'm already trying to get out. Look, if you go, I'm going to. If you go to the park, it is my duty to keep you out of there. That is all I will say. And if you follow me, I will do what I will follow my work. As much as I do not want to stop you.
We're not
That
gonna cause
that
any
is the only
trouble. You won't
warning
have
that
any
I will give.
All right, the dwarf and the two troublemakers begin heading their way across the city. It's a pretty short walk to get over there.
I will just continue heading that direction and just nervously find
Elf and Astaroth, what are y'all doing?
Elf and Sigmund, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, Elf and Sigmund. Y'all can go with them, or you can go explore some other thing. You can go look for something particular in the city you'd like to do. What you gossip around, try and hear what's going on. What do you want to do?
I think Sigmund would like to go gossip around a little bit, try and get to like the edge of this area to where it's not quite the actual slums, and pick up more information there instead of trying to talk to potentially the same people he's hunting.
Okay. And I haven't said this before, but I should. By the way, you can use gossip checks to spread rumors as well, if you'd like. So is there anything in particular you're wanting to try and suss out some information about, or are you just wanting to know what people are talking about?
Mostly what people are talking about, but also any relationship between the man and the Low Kings.
Okay.
'Cause that's what I was-
Thorothendril can't assist with that check.
Okay. So roll me. Okay. Roll me a average gossip test for rumors, but you're gonna need to roll me a -10 gossip test if you're asking about the man and the Low Kings.
Okay, so first one's the average one. No,
You hear a lot of rumors about how there's some plague that's apparently been averted. You hear some rumors about how, no, it was all a scheme. It was clearly a scheme by the Graph to try and clear out the poor quarter so they could smash it all down and make way for more of his garbage, gorgeous buildings instead of caring about the true people, while other people will say, no, it was clearly a plot by the Sigmarites to try and make our city seem diseased and contagioned. There's a lot of just garbage.
and then asking around about the criminals. Wow. I'm gonna re-roll that one because that's the
Okay.
one I-
Do remember when you add in the -20 that on the second one for the modifier, you give yourself a 10 because the elf is helping you.
Oh, I thought he said he couldn't help.
No, I can't help. I have gossip.
Can. Oh, okay.
And that is good to fortune point. I don't think you would have liked what will happen with a crit fail. Oh, close. So
Spend another to make that a success.
yes, you may. All right, so that'll cost you 2 fortune points total, but you ask around a bit, and most people, the second the words leave your mouth, either Loka or the man, people just go, oh, I don't know anything, and they just kind of like scatter. However, asking around a little bit, there is one kind of gruff individual who looks at you and he kind of narrows his eyes a little bit and says, an elf and a man. I suppose you two were involved in that Spittlefeld incident.
Indeed, with another man, an ogre, and a dwarf.
One of my friends lives there, his family. Heard about you a lot. And he kind of looks around. He looks one way, he looks the other, and he kind of leans forward and he goes, word of advice? Don't ask about the man. The only people who ask about the man are people looking to work for him in the dumbest way possible, or people looking to end up thrown off the Faustschlag. The man runs everything around here. He owns every building. He owns every one. And if you've got a sensible head on your shoulders and want to keep it there, I'd suggest you quit barking up that tree. He's one of them low kings. And I wouldn't be asking about the others either, if you value your life. And with that, he pulls himself off the wall and walks away.
Okay.
Did you ever inquire from those very intriguing dwarfs about if they heard anything about your caravan?
They actually approached Fend and let him know that his quarry was also involved in that.
You could try and get further details out of him if you two want to go back.
Yeah, because if we ask them about it, they have a blunderbuss, but they probably won't use it against us. So we'll head back to Spittlefeld.
All right, two of you head back to Spittlefeld. In the meantime, the trio start to arrive at the entrance to the park.
Following me.
Unless you have done something to genuinely put your foot down to prevent it, yes, they are still following you.
As I see them following me, about halfway there, I'll sort of just turn around. I told you, I'm not letting you in the park, Rarrett.
Oh, it is a public space, my friend. He has every right to be in the park. He's not going to cause any trouble. If he causes trouble, by all means, I'll kick him out with you.
Literally saying that to the warden in charge of protecting the park.
Besides, I am not gonna say what I have seen, done, and eaten like you make me promise you. I haven't spoken about eating people. I haven't spoken about gutting. I haven't sung about it. I've only sung about my God the Moor. That's all I've sung about.
If you can find express permission from Lurpen, you can talk to one of the guards. But until I get some sort of paperwork, I am not to let you in. And
What's
I sort of
paperwork?
stand my ground in front of Rarrett.
I'll lean down and go, first of all, what's paperwork?
If you can at least get word from Lurpen. But until then, you are not
I
allowed
would
to.
if I come with you.
So as this argument slowly but surely continues to spiral into oblivion,
I'll sort of you see Then get into grappling stance. He's ready for a tussle.
Stunty, you can't grapple me.
Don't make me do this to you.
I'm not looking to fight with my friends. Who is this man you're speaking of? Is that your boss?
I don't want to hit you, Stunty. You's good.
as you're all arguing, it's caused a little bit of a scene. An ogre and a dwarf, the dwarf in particular seeming very hot-headed. And eventually a couple of the guards start to wander over. And as the guard approach, one of them is kind of narrows his eyes a little bit and whispers something to the captain of their little group, or probably more accurately a sergeant. And as they approach, he goes, "Oh, what's all this then?"
Hello, Slims.
Do I know do the guards do the guards know Lurpen? Like, can I get them to?
Oh, they almost assuredly know Lurpen.
All right. Oi, you there? I have news to report to Lurpen. I just need to send word to him about Anton, my coworker, fellow warden.
Wait, Anton, are you Thin Waterbottoms?
Yes, I am. I sort of just pat down my shirt and garb, try and get some of the blood off.
You should get that bloodstain on you, by the way, Stunty.
The sergeant looks to the man who whispered the first time and nods at him. And that man runs off, and he nods, says, "Why don't you three wait here with us for just a moment?"
Okay.
We can do that.
Of course.
That's
That
always a
works.
good phrase.
A few minutes pass, and the guard that ran off earlier comes approaching with none other than a very familiar curmudgeonly old face, being that of Aldebrand Lurpin, and his face does not look happy in the slightest to see you, Thind. And you notice that there are numerous more guards with them now.
It's more
Or,
things.
what do I call him again? That's the
Lurpin.
Air Lurpin.
Air.
Herr.
All right. I'll just sort of air lurpin, and I'll just like stand at attention.
He just flat out scowls at you and says, "I know what you've been up to, Thind."
Yes, I've been looking for Anton.
Oh, looking for Anton, is that what they call it now? Why then do I have, and he pulls out a letter that's clearly been opened from his one of his pockets, and he flails it at you. It says, "Why do I have a letter from a captain of the watch about you being involved in explicit criminal activities down in the Ostwald?"
Oi, 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 oi. Who do you get off talking to my friend like that? Criminal activity? Do you know what this dwarf has done? What does that letter say?
He's going to look over you and he says, "I wasn't talking to you."
Oi,
Why, but I
Slim!
was
Look
talking
at
to
me!
you.
Rarick kind of looks towards the man and goes,
Remember me back from the park? How's about you calm down and shut your gob?
Roll an intimidation check.
average because I'm high, taller, or easy?
For right now, do average.
Okay.
I would like to
average.
roll as well, so should I do challenging?
Yeah, for you it'll be challenging.
What you
Okay.
could have said to me if you wanted.
Sure.
Oh yeah, you can assist the ogre. You can be his little angry looking son over there.
How would I do that?
You don't do anything. He just adds 10 to his roll.
Okay.
Yep.
Normally he would be afraid of you, but he's backed up by a good 20 armed men with halberds, armor, and a few of them even have guns on them. And he does not seem perturbed in the slightest. If anything, his face goes redder. And you do see at your language, the watch captain just flat out reaches for his sword and pulls it out just a little bit. He doesn't say anything, but he does. He is looking at you, and you can tell there is a
Tension in the air.
tension. Yeah. And
Look
Aldebrand,
at them. And he just goes,
I ain't gonna swing at any of yous. Normally.
Aldebrand ignores you and looks at Thind and says, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?"
DM.
I've only been gone a day. There's a guard that has seen me inside the same building for a whole day. I haven't done anything. You can speak to him yourself.
He will open the letter. His hands shaking a little bit from age and fragility, and he kind of folds it out so he can read it. And he goes, "I don't suppose it would happen to be a Captain Wolfgang, would it?" Sorry,
Do I know
Wolfgard.
Is that the mustache guy?
That is definitely the mustache guy.
Oh boy. I will
Also promoted himself.
Sorry, Sergeant. I don't know why I said Captain. Sergeant Wolfgard.
I don't know why he would say that. And I just sort of start thinking about do I know anything about him? Do I have like beef on him? Does he have beef on me? I'm just, like, sitting
Roll
there
a
bored.
very hard intelligence check.
Very hard.
You have no idea what is going on.
I'm just like lost in thought. I can't even fathom why he would do such a thing.
Aldebrand seems to puff up a bit and his face turning red, and he says, "First, you are sent out to find Anton, and you come back and you clearly haven't found him. Second, you were explicitly told not to let that ogre into the park, to get rid of it, and you brought it back. And third, the watch has evidence and proof that you've been involved in whatever explicit, illicit activities that Anton got wrapped up into. I've had it! You're fired!
PM, do we still have the head? Because Rarrett showed the guard the head. I don't.
Oh yeah, Rarett's got it.
Hold on
So-
a minute here, Angry Slim. He pulls at the vampire going, this dwarf killed this fang boy looking for his Slim.
There was no criminal activity. We
Dwarf
slew the
terror.
vampire in the building. And
It's,
then here was one of the only few to land one of the killing blows on the creature. We have its head right here.
So, Rarett,
The buggy shows it.
you reach over and pull forward to everyone's attention a horrifically mangled head that has not fully quite dried yet. Her face smeared in the blood of her victims and blood covering the stump of her neck. Her bizarre, inhuman eyes rolled, but still vaguely visible amongst her lanky hair. And at first, at you pulling out this head, all of the guard immediately lower their halberds, and the squad leader, whatever the hell that would be the proper term for that, draws his sword and aims it at you. But with kind of the little bit of story you have with it, he does look closely at the head.
Oh, lift up its lips. Take a look at the teeth.
Says,
for you.
He said, I could see it just fine. Lower your arms, men. And he will, Aldebrand's red in the face. And he kind of says something, and the guards take them, kind of guide him away. He gives Thin one last just ugly glare before they kind of guide him away to a safer space, especially for his old heart. And he'll turn inside and say, I can't let you three in here. I've heard about what happened. I don't understand. This is above my pay grade. You can't be here. You need to leave.
That's fair enough. I would only state one thing of a Slim. He told me not to come. I came out of my own free will, not him. So he doesn't deserve to be fired this Sunday here. I will go back to that Spitonian crappy smelly quarter. But I'm helping him find his buddy.
Thend, you know that when Aldebrand says something the way he just did, the sky will shatter and fall apart before he will go back on it.
Is his boss still in, within reasonable distance? Like, has he left?
He's still in
yet?
shouting distance.
Can I roll to intimidate?
You can try.
I'll assist.
Challenging or
What are you doing to intimidate him?
I wanted to speak to him one last time, so I was looking to come up to him and speak to him if he's still within reasonable distance.
You don't have to shout. You could project your voice in order to get his attention, but how I'm gonna modify your check will depend on what you say.
I have a good amount I want to say. It would depend on whether I succeed or not.
Well, so the reason I want to know what you're going to say first, because I will modify the check based on how it might affect him intimidation wise. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, "Oi, boss, come here," and I want him to come over to me, and then I would put 2 hands on his shoulders and get down right to his face, not in a super intimidating way, but like clearly I'm trying to get my point across, and I'm looking to speak to him and just basically be like, I have a whole thing I want to say, but to give him his job back and to give him time off to help us with what we're doing, and that we're gonna help find Anton as well.
I'll put it this way. If you, and this goes for all future things for you guys, if there's ever any kind of thing you're going to do, if you role play it out as far as telling me exactly what you will do or exactly what you'll say or never, I will give you bonuses. If you kind of give a summary of what you're going to do, you're probably not going to get as much bonuses. But it's up to you. It's fine. Either way. There is no wrong answer.
Okay. I'll
Ben
leave it
has
at that. For now.
Ben has
Okay,
already
roll
done.
me a challenging intimidation check, but you do get plus 10 for the ogre.
Okay, and that's under SL or target?
Target.
Plus 10. 0.
He just glares at you and the guards that were escorting him away not so gently grab your arms and shove you back a bit. And he's going to just shake his head and look over at Thend and say, I expected so much better of you after everything I've done for you. And he will walk away.
Then we'll turn and walk down the road.
That arsehole of a Slim. If
Bastard.
you were a nobbler, I'd kick you across the whole fucking cave.
He just shouts to Then's boss.
We'll deal with him later. We'll get your job
Ah.
back in due time. Don't you worry, Then. For
Let's go
now,
Let's go back
You
to
make-
the others.
you'll make more money hunting the Manticore than you would in a week's worth here anyways. We'll get you your job back, though. Don't you worry.
Oh, don't you worry. Ignore that idiot Slim.
He's just sort
Pearls.
of mumbling it back to himself. Back to
When
Roll.
you put your modifier, did you put a plus 10 instead of a normal 10?
I just put 10.
Why is
That
the
would be
target?
normal
Wait,
roll.
why is the target number a 0?
The target number is 0. Sometimes when you're doing modifiers, if you put the plus in, it breaks.
Oh, wait. So you would have passed. Well, his reaction would have been a little different, but it would have essentially been the same. So
Would
you,
he have spoken?
well, actually, you would have had a lot of successes. Ooh, gosh. Okay, this gets complicated. Okay, so you say what you say, and instead of,
Can I speak it out if he's?
Oh, yeah.
Is he gonna listen to me?
oh yeah, you actually had so you would have had a 47. You had 3 success levels.
Okay. So am I able to put my hands on your shoulders, or did he not come that close to me?
No, he will. He wasn't particularly afraid of y'all beforehand. He has no reason to think that he should be now.
No. I'll come over to him and I'll put both my hands on his shoulders. and
Just
get
don't.
down.
I'll just say, don't hit him unless you want the watch
no.
to break out in a fight.
No. I'm not gonna hit him anything like that. I'm just gonna put both my hands on his shoulders gently and lean down and be like, "Oi, listen to me, dwarf. Stand here.
Your mic's cut out, I think, again.
No, he's just thinking. He's good.
No, my mic just cut out. You guys can hear me now?
Oh yeah, we can.
So I would say, listen to me, dwarf, and listen to me good. This dwarf right here, Then, is the reason the vampire was slain. We need him for our own matters. Now, you have my word that we will help him find Anton. In addition to that, you will not fire him. You will give him his job back. And you will give him as much time off as he needs to help us with our matters. And if you don't, and I'm going to point over my shoulder to the ogre, I'm going to have the big man here take a big, stinking, massive pile of shite right in the middle of your park. And while that might not be a big deal to clean up, what did the nobles think? What do you think the nobles who live in the city walking through the park will think? How will they react? Will they come for Fend, or will they come for you first? Think hard and long about that.
Okay. He shrinks back from you. Like, the more you talk, the more he seems to shrivel up into himself. Before he will finally, like, shakingly, back. And one of the guards, genuinely, especially when you point at the ogre, one of the guards immediately steps forward. But when you get to the shite part, he alleviates a little bit. But they firmly grab you by your shoulders and, and push you back hard.
As they're pushing me, I'm still making eye contact with them. Say it again. Big, stinking ogre shites.
That being said, the old man, he scowls, and you could tell there's something between fear and rage warring in him. And he looks over at Thend, and he's going to reach into his pocket, and he pulls out a small purse, and he's going to march over to Thend, and he's going to hold out the purse. Thend,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to take the purse?
Wait, he gives a purse?
Yeah, he is attempting to hand you a purse.
A purse? Okay, I will take it.
Sorry, not purse, pouch. Like just a small little thing of money.
I will take it.
All right, and he looks down at you and he says, "I don't know what all this business is, but take your friends, get out of here. You're not welcome in this park anymore, but this is payment for the services you would have rendered to the end of your contract. You are not welcome in my park anymore. Neither you nor those you associate with. If you do, I'll have you arrested."
Understood.
Oh, that wasn't part of our agreement.
He will look over at you, Astaroth, and he says, "And if you ever come near me again, I will report you to the watch, and I'll have you know I know some very important people close to the graph, and I'll have you thrown off the Fauschlaug."
Oh, you have my word. I won't step within 500 feet of you, my friend. If I see you on the street, I'll step to the other side, but I told you to give Thent his job back.
I can't do that. The accusations are too severe.
Who made them?
He will start walking away and look back at the ogre. He said, "I already told you. It was Sergeant Wolfgang.
Fancy Tash.
Well, then
And
we'll have to
you,"
clear
and
this
he
day.
will point at the ogre and he says, "Don't you ever come to my park again."
Oh, he won't. I promise you that.
I won't, but don't you ever threaten my slims here again.
At that, the watch leader will kind of he doesn't draw his sword. He seems more irritated than anything, and he'll gesture and say, "All right, that's enough from the three of you. Get out of here."
All right, Slim. Have a good day, you Army Slim. Keep an eye on that idiot old one.
Yeah, move along. Come on, you're making a scene.
Oh, I said it looks like someone's out to get you.
We might have to have a
Something.
chat again with that Whiskers boy. I think we need to hold off the Manticore for a while.
Really, it was just a miscommunication down the line.
It
Think.
might be, but either way, we need to clear it up so you can get your job back. That's, as your
Aye.
boss stated, that's the only thing that's preventing you from getting your job back. And he did give you that pouch, so he has shown in his own way that, you know, if he could, he would.
He's already when he gives his word, he sticks to it.
Words could change, like people's body parts.
By the way, thin in the pouch was 8 silver shillings.
Oh my goodness.
We'll figure this all out then, don't you worry. We'll get you your job back, we'll clear your name, we'll figure it out.
All right,
Don't worry,
I
Slim.
have a new job now. He's given and that has been made very clear. But let's head back.
real quick, over in Spittlefeld, y'all just go straight to the dwarfs, right?
Yes.
All right, you knock on their door. You hear the multitude of latches unlocked before it opens, and you see Shlem, the older brother, looking at you. And he says, "What do you want?" But he does open the door.
I was hoping to ask a couple questions, if you don't mind.
"Well, you've done me and mine good service. I'd like to repay the favor. What do you need?"
Mind if I come in?
He gestures for you to come on in.
Huh?
Dorothendril weighs if he's actually been invited in.
He frowns at you, but continues to hold the position of "come on in."
Alright, I will enter then.
Right, the two of you enter in their room. You see it hasn't really changed much. They still, if you peek into the back room, you still see it's a rather interesting assortment of various things. But Sherlock is also there at the table. He blanches a little bit when he sees the two of you, but he doesn't, he just sort of nods respectfully and doesn't really say anything.
So, I was wondering, you own that nice firearm there. Do you know anything about an influx of new firearms to the area.
Roll me a easy gossip because they do actually like you.
I can assist with +10.
You may not.
I can cancel out my negative with with assistance. Maybe.
Holy shit. All right. Shroom looks at his brother, and his Shrek like kind of gives him a please kind of look, and he sighs and one of his meaty hands comes up and he starts massaging his left temple. He says, I've heard about a shipment. Please tell me you're not looking for that shipment.
If I can find the shipment, that would be good. I'm also trying to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, I'll tell you this. Your guns are gone. They belong to the man now. Whoever was responsible for bringing them here, pretty sure they're dead. But there was... I think some of the shipment might have gotten away. There was this young Umgi. He was supposed to help with it, but I heard he chickened out, skipped town, fled south from what I heard. Towards Altdorf, maybe? If you're trying to sell guns that don't belong to you, it's better to do it in a big city. The rest of them, you're never going to find them, but maybe you could get a partial. Don't know how much he took.
And what more can you tell me about this man?
You see him almost have the urge to start locking the door again, but he pauses, he stops himself, but he does open the door and look around outside, and then he closes it and turns and he says, you know what the Low Kings are?
Just the general that there's some sort of criminal organization.
They're not just some, they are the organization around here. There's 4 of them. And they don't mess around with nothing. The Graf, Toddbringer, he doesn't own this city. He only owns the fancy upper parts. But part where we live, where all the real things are happening, where all the people live trying to squeak out a life in this damn world of ours? No, everything here belongs to the kings. And the man? Nobody even knows who the man is. Nobody's seen him. We don't know if he's even human. Could be a halfling, a dwarf, an ogre. Maybe he's a vampire too. But nobody crosses the man. Of all the Low Kings, he's the worst. He's the most dangerous. You don't even talk about him unless you want to end up with your throat slit. If I were you... And he kind of pauses and looks at you, he goes, you haven't been asking about him, have you?
I will keep my guard up.
No. Have you been asking about him? Besides us.
A few people.
You need to get out of town. Soon. Tonight. Both of yous.
What do you know about a certain gentleman? I'll describe the man we saw talking to Sergeant Wolfhard earlier.
At that, he shrugs. Doesn't sound like anyone I've ever seen. And he opens the door and says, I hate doing this, but you probably got eyes on yous. You need to leave.
Well, I appreciate you at least opening the door to us.
If you value your lives, get out of town. Maybe come back later when he's forgotten when you don't have people wondering why you're asking so many questions as a foreigner. Especially yous. Nobody's gonna miss you if you wind up dead in an alley.
Alright.
He seems deadly serious.
Yeah. Just gonna nod to him, and as we make our way out, I'm just gonna keep my hand on the hilt of my blade. Well, we didn't make a. Actually, he told us. He said Then said his address. I guess we should probably head to Then's address.
I thought they were heading to the south gate.
Southgate. All right.
All right. So is everyone heading for the south gate?
I believe so, and I think that's gonna be
Might as well.
where.
That
I
is
cut
where
out
we
for
will
the night.
end today's session.
Excellent
Yeah.
timing.
Perfect.
I have to go to work in an hour.
Good job, everyone. You brutally murdered I think you set a new world record for killing a vampire.
One
I
round
mean,
of that
with
bitch.
those dodge rolls, it was basically suicide.
Yeah, it was.
Imagine if I hit the vampire once, I would have dealt double damage.
She had regeneration. She could feed on wounds that she did when she was damaged, but no, she just had to fucking die on me.
She jumped down and got jumped.
That she did.
She's the easiest problem to deal with out of the entire session.
I know. I was like, boss fight, and it's like, never mind. But hey, that's difficult. If that isn't a perfect encapsulation of role-playing games, I don't know what is. All right, so you get instead of 100 experience for this session, because you accomplished all of the bonus goals for the side quest, and you completed the side quest, instead of 100 experience today, you get 200 experience today.
Oh my.
Look at that.
Because you helped the dwarf mothers, you helped the orphans, you even helped the doctor, and you killed the vampire.
Hey.
The mysterious vampire.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that name.
I thought it was gonna be a kid.
So this is a very random fun fact for you, but there actually is a famous child vampire. There's a couple, but there's one I wouldn't call her super famous. There's one very nasty one, who's mentioned in Night's Dark Masters. She's terrifying, because despite the fact she's just a small child, she is a necroc, I believe. And her whole thing is like how small children like to put together dolls. She likes to put together monsters, including her current favorite teddy bear, which is a giant. It is a spider ogre, so it is the upper body of an ogre stitched together on a gigantic spider.
Oh, she made her own drider.
And it is alive and functioning.
One legs.
Or undead, I should say. Any questions before we're all wrapped up?
No.
I have a short-term goal of getting a set of cutlery.
Yes, you have accomplished your short-term goal.
She's done it.
And do y'all have a party goal yet, by the way?
No.
Okay, let's do that really, really fast. For y'all's short-term goal, is there anything particular I would say to accomplish as a party? Does anyone have an idea of what they think would be a good short-term goal for your group?
Find the manticore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I say kill it, just find it.
Yeah. not what's going on in the city, just let's see if we can
Okay.
find them.
All right, so everyone for your short-term goal, enter find the manticore. We're not going to do a long-term goal yet because I don't think there's anything that would probably come to y'all's mind that's appropriate yet.
Yeah.
There will be something that will come up soon. But yes, that will be the end of today's session. And next session, we will be continuing the adventure.
Excellent.
Great job, guys. Great session.
Yeah, it was super fun today. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Good. Very good session.
Thank you. See ya.
Have a good day.
I will see you all later.